And I will update the thumbnail on YouTube in a second. Yeah, that's not something that requires a new world, though. DS. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Tarn sent me a DM about, I don't know, a week ago that literally said, hey, heads up, there's a small patch coming next week. Name a bunch of pain points that would be easy or quick, that you think would be easier or quick to implement that people would appreciate as quality of life features. That was one of the ones on the list, so I'm proud of that. I like to think I did a thing. Darren as well, hello. Can you equip 2 different squads with armor? Yes. You mean equip squads with different sets of armor? Yes. I'm not sure how to answer that question, because that's just kind of a yes or no question. I thought I clicked already, but I guess I didn't. What determines who a recently undead will be hostile towards? I have no idea. In Godly Tombs, they were all hostile with everything, even each other. I have no idea what the parameters are in that. So the faction we were playing was the Tower of Clobbering, by the way. The Tower of Clobbering appears to be at war with a bunch of elves. And those 2 forts were down here. I'm not going to play down here anymore. I think we're going to go around this area and see what we can find. Maybe even further up here. Or like close to one of these necromancer towers. Because there's certainly a lot of really interesting... Glitter White? That's a good name. Breed Mine. I hate that. Wade Goals. I've heard of that one. Oak Zeal. That's also a good name. I'm mostly looking for areas that would be close to necromancy that would make for fun combat forts. Because I think that's kind of the vibe I'm thinking of right here. The old folds. What's that? Abyss Bunyan. Delicious. I'm also not against just, you know, doing more haunted or joyous things. Oh, that's interesting. I'm just not going to limit myself on squads this time. School of Theox, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back. Such a problem where going too fast with expansion this time. I'll actually equip your dwarves in a timely manner instead of spewing gold and a billion crafts to the wazoo. I'll just say this. If you're playing with resources on everything, maybe don't. Diamond, thanks for the 44th month as well. We only need one more notification from an individual to start a hype train. That would be the first hype train of the day. This is interesting. This is laggy right here. I wonder why. What's the elevation changes? Nothing too drastic. What about this? I'm going to do a real quick test embark, see what this looks like. Although, actually, what is there? Silver copper? That's plenty. Silver copper and flux. Also sand. Terrifying and joyous wilds. Huh! The Eyeball Mountain! Chat, this mountain has eyes. Okay, well, at least it does. Or it's not the mountain. The grass has eyes. And barbs and all other kinds of things. Let's unpause the game for a second and see what happens. Curious if there's any interesting effects. Oh geez, I just realized we're in late winter. Hold on. Gotta change the settings so it doesn't save on me. We don't know. I'm just gonna pause for a second and or wait for a second and see if anything happens. There is eagles. And then this is a Joyous Wilds mountain, which means gnomes could appear. Could also be resurrecting or among other things. For a second there, I thought that was a cave entrance. Gnomes are in vanilla. Synth Plays, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. I mean, maybe if it's a resurrecting zone. You don't know the traits of an area until the game makes it obvious. Are they eagle underscore bird? Is that what they are? Bird underscore eagle. Let's see what else appears. A giant peregrine falcon. Okay, so that's the stuff that's coming from the mountains. Bird up, indeed. Joyous was the things. So each biome type, good, evil, and neutral, all have 3 levels of threat. There's the lowest level of threat, which is calm, which is serene, sinister, and mirthful. And then there's the middle one, which is wilderness, haunted, and I'm blanking on it. What chat, remind me of what the good one is. No, it's, sorry, mirthful's the middle one, serene is the easy one. So serene is the calm one, mirthful's the middle one, and then for the highest level, it's terrifying, untamed wilds, and joyous wilds. Yeah, that's the order. Unicorns aren't that bad. They're just a horse with a sword equipped. A decent squad will end them very easily. I don't need you to warn me about unicorns, trust me. As a reminder, chat, we're only one thing away from a hype train. If you want to start a hype train, you just need a prime sub, a resub, or $1 in bits. Or a gifted sub. Not really, because I see it all the time while I'm editing private parking. I mean, is it a nice little bit of video? Yes. Did I skip it 99% of the time immediately? Also yes. DS, thanks for the 5-pack. And Spitalier, thanks for checking out a gift. And, I missed another one. Appreciate you guys. I just need to pop my activity feed back up. And, Baltic, thank you very much for the prime. And Alex Xander, thanks for gifting a subscription. Thanks, guys, for helping keep the channel funded. Yeah, I'll give it another minute and see if anything happens here. The spot's not bad, in general. I mean, if I actually look here, home faction is primarily right there. There's just goblins all the way along here. There's also this area. Somebody accidentally put you on 2 years. You've been watching for 2 years, Nuclear Sneeze.
Hey, somebody accidentally put me on 2 years.
Thanks for sticking with us. Appreciate you. Drove in, thanks for the $1. Let's see what else appears.
Cheered. X100.
Oh, now there's Peregrine Falcon, man. A lot of birds. One other thing about unicorns, though, they don't generally appear on joyous mountains. I don't think I've ever seen one come from a joyous mountain. Kinda hoping that the haunted area here would expose its secrets, but... Nuclear Sneeze as well, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Usually do 6x6. I try to not, because I don't like doing 6x6 embarks, because they do get stuttery for me. Oh, I've seen them in Joyous Wilds. I just haven't seen them on Joyous Wild Mountains, specifically. They're like anything else where they're in certain types of areas. I think they're like forests, if I'm not mistaken. Also, it's a level 3 hype train. Currently needing 2 more subscriptions or $10 in bits to level up. 2 more resubs would do it. Appreciate you, Sneeze. Appreciate you. That is a steep-ass mountain, man. This is weird. I'm getting like a slight lag when I'm zoomed in on the map. So this is all terrifying. Varying degrees of terrifying. There's also just like the lyrical blaze. Just a random volcano. What else is up here? I haven't done a desert in a minute. There's various different untamed wilds there. Silver and lead and flux. Iron, silver, copper. What's this sand desert continent? Devankel, thank you very much for the $10. And the dollar, Elfie.
Have some bits.
Hopefully you're not on hold permanently. Sea level is difficult because it's got nothing to do with the... it's got...
While I sit on hold.
Oceans are difficult because they're never the primary biome, if that makes any sense, because the primary biome is the one that the dwarves start on. So that's the one that's going to prioritize. The issue with oceans is they're joyous wilds, but depth is a factor. I don't know what depth they appear at. So basically it's like they appear at the equivalent of almost cavern levels worth of deep down, but only in joyous wilds oceans. So the issue isn't so much what level of alignment, it's only joyous wilds. But the issue with finding them is how deep the ocean must be. In fact, we have an ocean up here. I could look. Like, you're not going to find anything like that unless it's like this deep. So like, I could settle here, but I would need a huge embark to actually find them. Because like ocean cliffs are pretty uncommon. Like that's pretty deep, but like nowhere near deep enough still.
Walrus
right?
X100 YET.
Like that's pretty deep. Like maybe like if you were to do something like a this, you might find something. Although I didn't even check if that was joyous. But yeah, it's an ocean depth problem. And shark jumping walrus, thanks for the $1. I personally like have no interest in finding mermaids just because I feel like it would make chat extremely unpleasant. Maybe I value my sanity a bit too much. Sure, if you want all of your dwarves to drown. I mean, you could do a deep embark under an ocean. But then, good luck getting out of it. Let's just leave this on pause for a second and see what it does. Hey, Stone, how are you? Needs an additional $37 in bits or 8 subscriptions to level up again. Quick correction. Correct me away. Oh, I won't forget to unchange that setting. Don't worry, Santak. Unfortunately, ocean spray doesn't do anything to dwarves. They don't like it or don't dislike it. There's no positive or negative impact.
Winter Sea cheered X100.
That's not... Winter Z, thanks for the $1. Let's just see if anything else appears. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Sometimes you can't see the bottom. Yeah, this actually isn't even that deep. It only goes down to layer minus 15. Octiati claims that I'm wrong, but that goes against everything I know, so. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to avoid settling on mer people forever because I don't want to read my chat in that situation, so. The internet has managed to make mermaids one of the least pleasant subjects in the Dwarf Fortress fandom, and I'm going to do my damnedest to just fucking avoid it, because it attracts the worst kind of people. Especially considering you literally have to mod your game to make them even remotely useful. Why? Think about it. Odium. If you can't think about it and figure it out yourself, simply embiggen your brain a little bit. You still new to the community? That's not a me problem. Just go look it up on the wiki. It's not something I want to discuss. All right. Let's try and find somewhere interesting to embark. That's a call motion? There's also a call motion here. I didn't even know that. Thank you very much for the train, chat. Level 4, 13 subscriptions, $14 in bits. Greatly appreciate you. It's a sinister glacier down there. Oh, that's fun. It's iron, silver, and copper. Wait, hold on, what? Never mind, not sinister. Serene. Sinister ocean. Ah. Now that's curious. Of course. Because it's also like winter, so it's just one giant frozen brick. That's kind of funny, actually. Huh! Speaking of ocean critters, it's a leopard seal. Look at this guy. Hide the penguins? Oh, true. Yeah. They got nowhere to go either. There's no holes in the ice. All right. So everybody who doesn't understand me saying I don't want this discussed in my chat is just going to get a 10-minute timeout in either chat room. I don't care what chat room you're in or why you're saying it. I'm saying change the subject. If you're not smart enough to understand that, simply go away. It's okay. You'll be fine. When you're only doing mid-size 100 years? Yeah, it's crazy how fast World Gen is these days. I'm not calling anybody dumb. I'm just exercising my pointer finger. Twitch chat gets it. I already know. Yeah. But the beauty of calling people dumb, though, is it takes one to know one. Yeah, I'm dumb. It's fine. I have my moments. We all do. You're deaf, very dumb? Yep, yep, yep. Just kind of got to own it, you know? I love it when people say to grow up. I love it when people tell me to move out of my parents' basement. It's like, yeah, I did that when I was 18. When did you do that? I did unironically live in my parents' basement for a while, though. It was nice. Didn't need any kind of AC in the summer. Just kind of poking around. I do want to play the same faction, though. That's, I think, something I'm pretty committed to here. Because I really like this faction. Like, just the name, Tower of Clobbering, is pretty great. Damn, I haven't seen one of these in a minute. Cracked Beaks. The Mysterious Palace. I've never seen a sea serpent or a sea monster. I know they exist, but I've never once seen them. Is there any other mysterious palaces around here? Flemscar. So that's somebody with just like legendary throwing or and archery who just like shows up and spits on you and your face flies off. Yeah, no, sea monsters look super cool. I've only ever seen them on the wiki, so well, and what's it called? The arena. What's going on right now? We're about to start a new fortress. I think I'm just going to update the thumbnail real quick on the YouTube stream, though. Because I haven't actually done that yet. Just quickly grabbed a screenshot and I'm just quickly tossing together the thumbnail. Position, backwards, download, render. Layer 4, done. Pond grabbers? Pond grabbers. Pond grabbers are cave, or are, what's it called? Cave creatures, aren't they? Like they show up in caverns? There we go. I can now update the stream thumbnail. Done. Done, done, done. So clobber tombs. So there's a random haunted spot right there because there's book miles. Books. I can see these books for miles and miles. It's a thick, serene forest. It's all what? Rocky wasteland? Eh, rocky wasteland, kind of bleh. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of tempted to settle on that mysterious palace. Using Embark Anywhere. Or was it again? Although that is the thing that Von Galactic literally just did, and I don't want to just like steal his gimmick. There you go. Is that a destroyed tower? Looks like it, but I don't think it is. It's right here. And what's the elevation around it? It's completely flat. Yeah, Vaughn's cool. Makes good stuff. Reclaim. I almost never enjoy reclaiming forts because they always end up either being weird shapes or sizes or just like in weird locations. Fresh lances of Tower of Clobbering founded it in 281. The Embraced Unions defeated them. I mean, that's got silver and copper. Yeah, it's just, it's such a small embark, though. Like, what is that? It's like smaller than a 4x4. It's a 3x3, I think. Yeah, it's literally a 3x3. I just wish they weren't so small. There's actually quite a few mysterious palaces. Like Studhart right there. So you might be thinking of, what are they called? there's the evil biome only Stone. What's the stranglers are what we're thinking of probably, because Stone just mentioned stranglers. Aquatic people of any sort need to be in water. If they leave water, they drown. Like in adventure mode, if you try and play as an octopus man, they will drown above ground. And I'm just going to ask you politely, please just resort to the wiki for this subject. I don't want this subject to just keep coming up. All right? Like, I timed out 2 people in the YouTube chat. Like, just move along. You'd have to mod your game to make them not water reliant, basically. Is there less mineral abundance? Does it mean that ores and minerals there would, if there is less mineral abundance, does that mean that ores and minerals that are there would be more abundant? Am I an idiot, or like, what does that question mean? Townstroke. Ooh, that one is a road. Oh, that's not a bad spot. I don't know. I don't want to be at that end of the map. I want to be close to Clobbertomb, which is all the way down here. There isn't much in the way of like reclaims around here that are any interesting. That one's close-ish. But again, yeah, not super fond of that. Curry Boglin, thanks for the 15th month. Welcome back. If there's an embark with only iron, does it mean that there's more spots of iron? It means that there is iron on the map. It doesn't mean that there's more or less iron on the map. It means that there is iron on the map, meaning iron will appear in layers where iron would naturally appear in the amount that those layers exist in that world, which varies depending on the like height and relation to sea level. Basically, when it comes to amounts of things on a map, it is very difficult for me to answer that question because I don't know what your world gen settings are. In any case. Just looking around for any other interesting possible reclaimed forts, but none that are really grabbing. Wow, that's got a lot of stuff in it. Maybe that's a maybe one. Minedarch. Let's just reclaim it and have a peek at it. That is tiny. Oh, shit. It's got a Coblin Tower next to it. Look at that. Unknown material doors. Oh, that's interesting. Immediately shit caving in. It's always a good sign. It's got a road, an eagle. Fire imps down below. How deep is the map? Does it perfectly go through this one? It really does. There's Galena. Tons of dice, random weapons and stuff. Underground Dwarven Highway, shit tons of weapons. The standard maze-like nightmares. There's the road. It's like a U-turn. Cul-de-sac alert. I mean, we could do that. It's in the right location for kind of the area that I wanted to continue playing with. I'd probably cave the top in, though, because I don't like the very standard opening. I like the goblin entrenchments everywhere. That's pretty cool. They do always look ridiculous. I mean, it's the pre-designed stuff, right? Often looks ridiculous. You hate those entrenchments? I love them. They're my favorite part of the goblins. Also, having pre-built towers is pretty nifty, actually. In adventure mode, they're kind of like, they let you fast travel over mountains in adventure mode. In fortress mode, they're just like set dressing. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to do a reclaimed fort, we could do this. I could make this work. The dwarven fortresses are all very samey, at least the naturally generated ones. They work and they're functional, but they're not functional in the player version of fortress mode because, actually, how deep does this go? It goes down to -6 and starts at 54. That's pretty shallow. How tall does it go? 69? Okay, that's pretty tall. There's a river. Yeah, I mean, we could do with that. Keep poking around, but that's definitely an option. Because if I recall correctly, it had interesting materials. Yeah, no, exactly. I like the Goblin Towers. I think the Goblin Towers would be fun. They would leave a lot open to creativity there. Like, I could build bridges between the towers kind of deal. Or maybe, like, just inhabit the towers and leave the fortress largely uninhabited. You know? The caravan will not appear on the cavern roads unless something's been changed. There might be a DF hack script that forces that, but... What was the materials available there? It was Minedarch, it was this. So it's iron, gold, silver, tin, and lead. And it's 2 different biomes. And it was toppled by Hoomst. The Hollow Dread defeated the Diamond Geizes. But it would allow me to, you know, play as that faction and go to war with those things. Let's see, is there anything else in that vicinity, or have I scanned through everything? Oh, there's another one. It's right here. This one's got silver, copper, and lead, and it's wilderness on the Lucky Crest. Pretty high in the mountains. Let's take a peek at that one. Washlands. This one was toppled in 281 by the Embraced Unions, Unions, which defeated the Creative Bravery. Oh, this one's also okay. That's pretty dope as well. That's pretty cool. Just because it's like down in the bottom corner there. It doesn't have little towers or anything. But I like that they've literally chiseled it out of the side of a mountain. Also on a road. Probably the same road, even. Oh, did I not unreveal? Shit. Oh, no. Okay, it's not. I did. We're good. And no trees. No trees isn't even remotely an issue. It's a little annoying if you want to do surface farming. It looks like they were planning other constructions out here. which didn't get finished. That's interesting. I do like the additional roads, though. I think the additional roads are quite nice. Trees are not even remotely necessary. I actually don't mind being out on the surface like this with no trees. I mean, I understand why you would prioritize trees. Holy books! The nuanced dark. You'd have to, like, go through all of these. The Wizard's Guide to the Food Chain. Yeah, okay. Well, someone... but wait, there's more. Jeez, that's a lot of books. Tons of mugs and stuff. Shit tons of food. Tons of gear. The possibilities of stars. Many. I mean, probably what I would do is I would get rid of this structure and then build over here, is what I would do. Yeah, the Were Tortoise parchment does in fact have a lot of tails to it. Chinchillas! Uh-huh. Okay, that just made things funny. Let's just do a real quick reveal all. Because I'll discover it very quickly anyway. Curious just about how deep this thing goes. Oh, that's pretty dope looking. Okay, so it's also not that deep. Looks like there was no breaks into the underworld. Shit tons of clothing in this one. Although it's all large. Oh wow, there must have been a human population here at some point. Even more stuff. Plenty of weapons. It's a bit more psychotic in its layouts, though. Did they run out of rock there and just make nether cap? It's odd. Now let's take a peek at a few more. I think both of those are cool. I mean, Chad, are we dedicated to this idea of doing... Because I was just going to go find somewhere and build a pretty normal combat-y fort. But if we're dedicated to reclaiming a fort, I haven't done a reclaim fort in years. At one of these with nothing? Yeah, sure. Why not? We could do a, like, they were supposed to go somewhere else and the wagon was ambushed or something. We could totally go into it with a something like that. Claim the Goblin Tower Fort. I like, that's the arch one. I do like that one. But let's just see what the last few are. Dagger Yearling. Minedarch is the one with the towers. Chat, what do you guys like more? The one that we were just looking at or the one that had the Goblin Towers, which was Minedarch? Minedarch or... Washlanced. Washlanced was the one that we were just looking at. It's too far away, too far away, too far away, too far away. Although, actually, yeah, nah. Too far away. Start at the bottom again. Those are mine. That. Yeah, it's in a boring spot. There's Minedarch, too far away. I do like the name Hall Flash, though. It's just a good name. You really like the towers? Chat wants Minedarch? Okay, let's do it. So let's just choose Origin Civilization. The Tower of Clobbering. Reclaim. Minedarch. They're both interesting to you, though? Oh, yeah, no, totally. So, goal of this fort would be to, I don't know, build an interesting fort. Make this a livable area, I think. And not die. Yeah, not die. That's the important bit. We're going to prepare carefully. So, chat said, embark with nothing. So when chat says embark with nothing, I presume y'all literally mean nothing. Oh, it's okay. We've had worse ideas. 500 wooden logs? Why do I need those? That's not nothing. Ah, it's okay. I'm sure there's an anvil in the fortress already. Nothing. I'm just going to keep clicking this button. Yeah, the reclaim has stuff. Oh, there's absolutely anvils in there already. There's forges in the basement. Now the question is, do I spend that money on something else? No! No livestock. It's just like, spend all of it on cats. Bring 500 socks. I mean, what is it called? I'm trying to think of things that like wouldn't be super helpful off the bat. Because we could just be like a delivery of something. Like, oh no, we are a delivery of these high-end electrum ninettes, or no, platinum ones. Oh no, those are too expensive. How about these nickel ocons? Book. I don't think you can embark with books, can you? I think choirs I can do. Yeah, I could embark with choirs. Above ground seeds? Nah, that's not nothing. Trying to think of things that like, or like toys. You know? They're humble puzzle box crafters, and they're all metal crafters. Knowing reclaim forts, anvils are the least of our problems. See, Rassark gets it. I don't. I remember Brave Book. Yeah, it's that was the series that taught me to never do Let's Plays. But unlike Brave Book, this doesn't seem to have any like active not North Pole elves. Toys? Are you telling me that you don't make toys for your dwarven children? I think that was a self-report for terrible dwarven parenting. You should be ashamed of yourself. It was one of those things where it just wasn't worth the time to make it, you know? I mean, Let's Plays are no longer a viable format for video. Movies are. You have to put it all into one video, otherwise nobody watches. And I didn't know that at the time. Or it hadn't quite solidified at the time, rather. Well, if I do toys, they have to be rock toys. So that they're not useful, and I can't deconstruct them. So let's just do sandstone, toy puzzle boxes. Sandstone toy hammers. Sandstone toy axes. And that leaves me with 4 points. Bring some chips and plaster. Could bring some kangaroo's milk, but that would be useful. There we go. I'm gonna bring... two eagle eggs. Flasks are a positive thing and are not detrimental. Instead of a dwarf, could you bring a wheel of cheese, please? No. Your rat tendencies are showing. Orange, are you still in the chat?
Cheese for everyone.
What the Dwarfis do you want this? Yeah, but there's no lead poisoning in Dwarfort. Orange, are you still present in the fortis? If notis, then I will have to give Ratis the Dwarfis firstis. Something, something. I hate the Eagles. There is no such thing as lead poisoning in the world of Dwarf Fortress, Lilium. It's not a matter of it being, like, there or not. It doesn't exist. Like, humans are immune to it, elves are immune to it, dwarves are immune to it. Before they add lead, like, poisoning, or if they were to add lead poisoning, they might as well also add radioactivity. So, like, all your uranium derivatives are gonna cause lead poisoning. Earth to orange. Rhymes with orange. Okay, we'll just see if they said anything. They did redeem the dwarf an hour ago, so. Did not state any preference of dwarf type or variety. So I will just give them the first dwarf with a beard and read their description when they get back. Also, thanks to all the people who've tuned into the YouTube stream since the new fort title popped up. Rat, do you know what kind of dwarf you'd like? Since orange is orange, orange can be a engineer. You can't be a wheel of cheese because I can't rename a wheel of cheese, and I'm not bringing a wheel of cheese because that goes against the embark with nothing statement. So, it doesn't matter what he wants. I can't rename a wheel of cheese, and I'm not going to bring a wheel of cheese. Rat for mayor? I mean, you mean Cole, not Kel? Wait, no, different person said raid. I could make you into a cheesemaker. Unfortunately, you don't prefer to consume cheese, but you do hate spiders. Let's do a cook cheesemaker for you. Novice cook cheesemaker. With a side activity of milking. But I don't want you to become a farmer, so I'll also give you some, I don't know, appraiser skill points. And the orange here can also be a weaponsmith und woodcutter. Spend the rest of your points in mechanics. Let's also start off with a miner / armorsmith. A miner. Say trapper, dyer, clother. Sure. Let's do a a speaker. Comes with extra bass boost. Musician, singer, keyboardist. The annoying one, Geshud. Let's also bring a very, very important task of somebody with 2 points in scheming, but also gem cutter and gem setter. Anyone got Rex for a loadout to which embark your blitzing caverns and plan to build there permanently? I mean, you could use the DF hack command deep embark and just embark in the caverns. Just a bunch of pickaxes and miners. I mean, if you just want to get down to the caverns, that's all I would do. You don't have to be super picky about like what you actually bring. Like, if you're embarking with nothing, just know that like you'll be a bit, a little bit. But you can probably skimp on things like wood, because there will be plenty of wood down there. That I need to update, Jurist. Which I guess we have it now. Chat, what would we call a goal for this fort? Because we've got it's a reclaim fort. Start with nothing. Kill the goblins? Well, let's do one goal at a time. So currently goal is start with a reclaimed fort, start with nothing, fight the enemy, which is obligatory. Let's just have a blacksmith. Furnace operator, armor smith, weaponsmith. All right. We're starting with a shit ton of toy hammers. Fortress. Do we like the name Minedarch? We sticking to it? Anvil is important? No, it's not. Oh, unless you're saying for them, yes. Then for them, yes, it is very important. For me, no, it's not. There's anvils already in this fort. Trash Mac, thanks for the aid. We're starting a new fort because the other one died. Apparently, building destroyers work. Like, maybe too effectively. Raid message! Thanks for the raid message. Unless that's a raid massage, in which case I'll take either. I could use a back massage. But if you guys don't know Trash Mac plays the Dwarf forts. And we are reclaiming a generated fort. The Closed Cloister. Let's call this... I like the Cruel Cloister. Here, I was thinking historic would be a word. How about we call it the Dead Pillar? The Dead Pillar. Pillars. The Dead Pillars. Toy Vault. Toy Vault's pretty good, actually. Toy Vault is pretty good. How about we call it... Yeah, let's just go with Toy Vault. Is toy... Oh, man. Toy isn't a word. I could call it Tower Vault. And build arches between the towers? I like Toy Vault too, but wait, is... Actually, could I call it? Oh, man, fun isn't a word. Is an adjective? Well, that's disappointing. I mean, Happy Vault is a... Nah. Let's just... I can call it the Busy Vault. The Flashy Vault. I think I like Tower Vault. Because it kind of goes with the... Risen doesn't roll off the tongue very well. I also think I've tried to use the word risen before and been disappointed with it not existing. It's not off cooldown yet. Where redeem Dwarf. You have to use the channel points, but it's once every 45 minutes. I kind of just like Tower Vault. I don't know. As above, so below. It was a new fort. So this is my third fort in this world, so you've added an extra new in there. I built a fort, realized it had zombies, everybody died. Built a second fort, tried to enslave the zombies. It sort of worked, and then building destroyers turned out to be very effective now. And then everybody died. So now I'm reclaiming a fort in the same world as the same faction to just go to war and have fun. Well, not one of my forts. I'm reclaiming a world gen fort. I think I'm gonna go with Tower Vault because none of your guys' suggestions are really sticking in my brain, and this suits. Unless we call it like Arch Tower or something, because then it would like also fit. Maybe just Arch Towers because it was previously Mind Tower or Mind Arch. So I could call it Arch Towers. Why don't we just go with that? Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Arch Towers. And for the shape, maybe? I mean, obviously we need an image of a historic figure, Buttsworth. To confirm, it was Confused Ward, right? Yeah. Buttsworth, Confused Ward, the Confident Group. Not to be confused with Feast Tombs, which, man, that's a good last name. Buttsworth and... Are you for real that Pillar isn't... I'm trying to think of, like, a way to explain a tower. Let's do 3 mountains. 3 towers. 3 peaks, if you will. Three mountains. I'm thinking we just do a dwarf. And the dwarf is hiding from Buttsworth. Oh, no, not the mountains. Oh, hiding the thing. Not is hiding from. The dwarf is engraving, sure. Buttsworth is striking a menacing pose. The three mountains are raising Buttsworth. Naturally, enemy. It's an image of Buttsworth, the confident group, three mountains, and a dwarf. The dwarf is engraving. Toulon is striking a menacing pose. The mountains are raising Buttsworth, the confident group. This, the armored works, the armored fears. Actually, is monolith an option? Nope. How about under shape? Nope. All right, well, that'll work. I like it enough. Done. So that's that. That's it. Then, what's up, SRV Coptics? Yep, I'm quite happy with where I'm at, Coptics. Yeah, unless there's any questions, let's dive in. Some of you may know what to do, and if you know what to do, post the thing. You have arrived after a journey from the mountains homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Erdim Avid. There are almost no supplies left, and by that we mean literally none. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt plow or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is springtime now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the grizzly bears get hungry, a new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Avuz Rovad. Minedarch. Did I not rename it? Psh. I'm disappointed. I beggeth your pardon. Fine if you insist, game. Yeah, I know I'm out of food. It's fine. It's a very full of nothing wagon. Well, alright then. Yeah, I mean, kind of disappointed, but... So we're still a member of the Tower of Clobbering. Orange ended up being the expedition leader. Is very stubborn, slow to anger, tries to do things correctly each time. Occasionally overindulges, does not often feel lustful, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Doesn't seek out excitement and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He isn't particularly ambitious and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He doesn't handle stress well and he likes to brawl. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still. I mean, he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. In the area? Possibly. Doesn't mean we'll necessarily see them. Personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and dreams of mastering a craftwork someday, crafting a masterwork someday. Likes crystal opal, acada wood, and the color lilac. The sound of the euphoric butterfly and the sight of the silkiness of festivals and when possible prefers to consume hamster. River spirits and garlic bulbs. And absolutely hates rats. So the only way for him to be satisfied with a meal is to literally almost starve to death and then scrounge around for a small animal and eat a hamster. We also have Ratosaurus, and she could not care less about her appearance, talents, or other personal vanities. She lacks confidence in her abilities and only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She is often sad and dejected and refuses to expend any extra effort, and takes help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She can handle stress, and she tends to think before acting. She often tells pointless stories when she's bored, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally doesn't respect society, doesn't settle into harmony without debate and strife, finds independence and freedom somewhat foolish, respects the law, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and likes talc, gold, and gray chalice stony, elephant seal tooth, and adder bone, adder dwarf, and rat parchment. I didn't do that. I didn't make him like rat parchment. Rat parchment, bolts, shields, and llamas for their jutting teeth, the words of the crested veil, the sound of the euphoric butterfly when possible prefers to consume bilberry wine, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. I can make this dwarf into a militia leader pretty easily. I'm just gonna do that, actually. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Rats. There you go. All right, chat. 2 seconds. I'm just going to real quick use the toilet because I need to apparently. And once I returneth, an ad break should be done ideally. Let's see if I can start one. Yeah, I can. And I'm just gonna unpause the game because it's gonna save in a second. So I will be right back. All right. Should be back. No. Looks so shippable? What does that mean in this context? The water looks shippable. All right, so first task to complete here is locate some food. Yeah, that's oh shit, we got jet. Oh, fuck yeah. It's the best fort ever. Well, there's food down here, so that's easy enough to acquire. Let's just run down to there and gather that up, and hopefully we don't die down there. And then down here we've just got big ol' rando pile of stuff. Bunch of statues. Those will be fun to explore, the statues. Brass. Various other materials. And then, remember I was being all cocky about anvils? I don't see any anvils. I just see smelters. Ah, it's fine. They're all made of galena, though. We'll get one first time we trade, but... Although it is possible that there was some that I'm missing. There might be some in here. What's the statue in the middle of the smelters? The statue in the middle of the smelters. That looks like a grasshopper man. Yes, it is a dolomite statue of a grasshopper man. There's also a leopard seal, an ant. Must be a very small statue. It's a very cheap artist. New fort in a reclaimed location. Well, that's very obvious where that layer is. Yeah, I'm still not worried about the lack of a anvil. It's kind of a non-issue. Really? Something I need to check, though. There is a book here, A Curse on the Dwarf. It's an essay entitled Course on the Dwarf, authored by O'Neill. It concerns the looting of Smoothness Decline, the glad flax rings, after the murdering of the goblin Samatsu, Hatred Wilt, in 128. The writing skips around a lot, and overall the prose is not awful, not very good either. That's like my prose. But this is the interesting thing, is I've got these unknown material doors. They're not meltdownable, I don't think. I'd have to deconstruct one to find out. But, priority number 1 here is acquire food. Iron table, find pewter table, slate table, lemonite table. We got beds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to claim all this, claim all this, claim all this. Claim all that. There's shitty water down there. And I think I'm just going to go over to here and throw a, maybe not an everything stockpile. Let's just do a food stockpile. All of the food, but food stockpile. Right there. So I suspect everybody's just going to go gather plants. Is jet my favorite stone material? It's just a hard one to find that's very rarely found in large quantities that isn't, like, super common, that has a nice color to it. Also, Raikulu is trying to gift somebody a sub, so if you're not subscribed to the Twitch channel, I don't know, raise your hand. An omen? What omen? Well, we've already got troglodytes. Troglodorks. Oh, and a magma crab. Looks like we're also fishing. Oh, something else I should do, just because this still needs a rebalance. I'll leave the cavern invaders on. I'm just going to nerf them significantly, wherever they are. Cavern dweller, they're there. Let's do 3 and 9, maybe. That's still 32 pot. Well, 24 per layer, so that's still not nothing. All right, let's follow orange. It appears that orange already has a lover who's Einod the miner. Right, Clue, thanks for chucking a gift at Morib. 1,000 ants need to invade. Why? These curtains are gonna be the death of me. There we go. Okay, let's see. What do we have now? We got one edible plant. Well, I mean, obviously, I think what's going to have to happen is I'm going to have to eat the... I've got one raw char, too. Well, that's good, I guess. Let's claim all these. Let's see if they need to be rebuilt. They don't need to be rebuilt, so that's good. What I think I'm going to do, because I don't have any pickaxes, I'm just going to deconstruct this right here. And I'm going to make a still, and I'm going to make a butcher shop. Actually, a still, a butcher shop, and a... We're going to go up to here. And let's make a still. And before somebody asks why I'm not making these into blocks, because I'm kind of in a rush. A butcher shop. And... Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that's noted. Did you see the roadmap today, Silvershe? Because if you type in ! patch, you'll see the roadmap. Tarn talks about wanting to make them better. So, yeah, I think everybody's kind of on the same page with that. Let's also make a fishery. How do I trade for an anvil? We'll be fine. I can deconstruct these 3 workshops and rebuild it. I also have the logs in the wagon. I've got options. There's lots of things that I can construct into things. So I'm going to real quick go into here, butcher these 2. I'm also going to go to you and say, brew a drink from a plant, please. Also, like, that is far from the only thing I can deconstruct. Excited to read the dev stuff. Simply put, the next thing that's on the docket for Tarn to do is siege rework. And he's getting to work on it right away, which is exciting. And today we got this. You can see the size of things, as well as some crash fixes and a few bug fixes. Actually, I should deconstruct this and make a tanner shop. In pest control. I mean, truly, what is the difference between developer work and pest control? Really? Okay, we're going to tan a hide next. Okay, so let's scroll down and see where are the other areas that I can explore around in. I'm seeing a lot of random things down here, so let's get all this stuff claimed. All this stuff claimed. I think I'm not... None of these are really stacked, are they? I think probably what I'm going to have to do is get somebody to count all of these. Although, I'm not doing a great job of skimming these right now. There very well could be a usable... I feel like I should just make a barracks, eh? Like, just make a squad and get them training and make a barracks. There very well could be an axe in there somewhere. None of these are going to have anything in them. I can unforbid them. These, okay, so these actually have open spaces in them. So actually, I want to forbid this door. Because stuff could come crawling out of there. Specifically, magma crabs. I think I'm going to create a squad and just get them to use metal armor and see what you go equip, Rat. I think that's what I'm going to do. They all look very similar. Otsubami. Although this one isn't full of were creatures like Brave Book was. What are you hauling? A rose gold barrel. Oh, damn. That's going to be heavy to lug around. Explore the underground highway. I mean, that's going to happen pretty quickly anyway. Just going to go store that raw char in a barrel. They really need to get that meat moved. Okay, so you are going to be set to train. And I'm going to get you training right here. Just in case something mean comes in or out. Did you not have a uniform? Metal armor. Update equipment. Ah, I see the problem. None of these are considered to be mine. Yeah, so none of these items are mine. That's always fun. Let's go above here and just do a everything stockpile up here. They'll be considered mine once they've been in my inventory for a little bit. Oh, look at that! We found us an axe. My woodcutter found an axe. We're getting somewhere. Either of my miners found picks. Oh, hey, look at that! We found a pick. Magical. So I'm thinking I cave in this square. Just so that we get a more, you know, unique look. And then we can keep the spiral tunnel down into oblivion. But what I think I'm going to do, actually, is dig around the outside of this. At least we have a drink now. 5 drink and 1 plant. Let's just go back to that middle cavern layer right here. And you said side quest idea, explore the road. Well, in order to do this, we're going to end up exploring the roads, so. I'm going to be cautious about cutting down trees. There we go. Uh-oh, that's not necessarily the brightest thing you could be doing at this exact minute, but I respect it. She's now beating the ever-living shit out of a troglodyte, who is jumping away. I would too if I was that troglodyte. Secret tunnel through the mountain. Yes. Very secret tunnel. I mean, that is one way to train them up real quick. Can you, instead of, like... Are you really dying to a troglodyte right now? Oh, I see. You found another troglodyte. Oh, you are. You stupid, stupid dwarf. Sorry, rat. Do you want me to refund that dwarf? I feel bad. That was a very sudden, fast death. Darwin Award? More like a Dwarven Award. No coffins. Well. Give him a new dwarf? I don't want to name another dwarf with the exact same thing, because that demolishes my, how do I word this? Immersion? Also, if I recall correctly, Rat's specific term there was, it's just like me. So I don't think they hated it. You're off to a work event? We'll see you later, Havoc. I think I can just forbid some of these. I don't want to name them the same thing. Like I said, that takes it out, which is why I'm asking if they want a refund. I'll give them a refund, but I'm not naming another dwarf Ratosaurus. Maybe if somebody, I don't know, can convince me otherwise, but I doubt it. That is my immersion's at stake here. Cheese Wilson? Why? Why? No, he wanted me to bring a cheese wheel. His original request was not to be named Cheese Wilson. I could just cancel the entire stream and get up and walk away. We could just do that, Suited. I'm not naming them Ratosaurus the second. Considering Ratosaurus isn't even here right now. They're not talking in chat. I'm not doing it. No. Absolutely not. They just died. Their body is still warm. I'll be making plenty of cheese in this fortress. But I'm not going to name another rat right away. Sorry. So who would you like to gift that to, Suited? Yes, you died. This is what we're arguing about right now. Because I don't name somebody a dwarf the same thing the second after they die. This has been a rule that I've had. There's two rules that I've had with naming dwarves as long as I've been naming dwarves. You can't have two dwarves at once. Share, please. Sharing is caring. And if you die, you don't get to name it the same thing the same day. Those are the two rules. Those are the two rules. They're pretty simple rules. Oh, absolutely. I can make a cheese wheel statue in his honor. But I think that, like, we gotta stick to those rules. I don't want to just completely obliterate it. You attacked a bunch of troglodytes and died. You didn't even kill a single troglodyte. And I was asking if you want me to refund it because you lasted less than a month. That's a Quantum Space Beans. That is a reference I haven't heard in a second. I thought that one died. Not refund, it's a story? Okay. I mean, the tragic refugees that got lost in the mountains ending up here, and the first dwarf says, I'll deal with this troglodyte threat, and it doesn't go so well, clearly. I think I'm just going to make a burrow real quick and place them all in here. And say, everybody get into the room. Right there. Just go in there. Let the troglodytes get out. And the giant mole. The good news is, we have been able to find pickaxes and whatnot. So, who am I giving that Dwarf redemption to? Suited. Can you please select somebody else? I can't physically refund that, so I've got to ask you kindly, respectfully, to please, for the sake of all that is dwarfy, tell me who you would like me to give that dwarf to. Or nominate for that dwarf to be given to, rather. So I'm presuming you mean Elfie. Giraffe would like to give a sub to Elfie Bean. Do we give Elfie Bean, or not a sub, a dwarf to Elfie Bean? Do we give Elfie Bean a dwarf? As you go to gather plants. I mean, that's probably not a bad idea. You're out of drinks again. Let's just disable this and allow them to gather plants. I think a dwarf with any name that isn't in the Dwarven dictionary is already strange. Man-eating tapir. I think that a dwarf named Elfie is more normal and natural and believable even within the constraints of Dwarf Fortress than a dwarf named Buttsworth. They don't even have a word for butt. All right, Elfie, what kind of... I'll just let you select. Which dwarf would you like? It is true, Brazil pirate. True, yeah. You've never seen the honky tonk badonka donk that dwarf had. Eurus the jeweler is now Elfie the Bean. Elfie Bean is fond when speaking with a friend. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Likes to take it easy. Likes to brawl, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and has a sense of duty. Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. And she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors, and her hands jump all over the place when she's excited. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees engaging in commerce as a high ideal in life and believes that those that take leisure time are evil. Finds the whole idea disgusting and thinks romance is very important in life and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Dreams of raising a family. I am conflicted about this dwarf. Likes kimberlite and iron and pipe opal as well as thrones. Black tip reef sharks for their distinctive dorsal fin, and the sound of the laces of silk, and when possible prefers to consume grasshopper and turnip plants and passion fruit, and giant two-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates moon snails. I'll be honest with you, I cannot remember the last time a dwarf died in the first 90 seconds of a fort. Let alone a named one. I'm sure rats will return on another day. All right, well, what else can we find out about Elfie? Worships the god of death. Okay. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Probably actually wouldn't be terrible in the military. Has high social awareness. Lazy people are evil. Basically, yeah. Okay, so I do in fact have a singular miner who's currently hauling a battle axe. I'm just going to get you priority. Oh. Must have an aquifer there. I'm just going to jump up to here and get you priority number 1 to mine out all of this dolomite. And also these up here are currently set to all. Don't want food there. And let's also just say, yeah, just no food in these. Did I not make more than one? I thought I made more than one. Guess I did. Currently, we have no booze, but that'll be okay. And then I'm going to make a masonry shop, and I'm just going to make a coffin for rats. And I'm thinking we use this tower over here, the lowest level of it. Actually, how are they doing these? So that would be like right here. This will be our tomb. Like Saws, they severely underestimate. I think that people like you would simply give up and not play the game. Yeah, definitely. That's certainly not an uncommon response to films like that. But also, films like that aren't necessarily intended to be real or realistic, even. I could also just deconstruct these blocks. Oh, also, this should be channeled. I'm smart. You know what? Let's just get rid of these. Do that later. Instead, I want you to go up to here and do this. Just deconstruct these, because this needs to get deconstructed anyway, and it'll get me blocks, which is what I need right now. Okay, so why are you digging channel? There's a ramp up there. Ramp up there. Oh, I see the problem. There's no actual way up there. It looks like there is, but there isn't. So in this case, then we'll do this. Mine all that out instead. You need to have a certain percentage of the dwarves in your fort all actively dancing in a tavern. All playing the same song to get that song to start. I'm gonna have so many random materials. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, so over here. Something has collapsed on the surface. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Please don't die. Be very unfortunate if you died. Yeah, you're fine. Well, awkward. It's fine. We'll fix that later. No brewable plants in the fort currently. Is anybody gathering plants? You are. What you haulin'? Lots of sweet pods and plum helmets. Okay, so we have to wait for this dwarf to get upstairs. It's quite literally just you need them all to be playing the same song and all singing simultaneously, which is actually sometimes harder than you realize. If there's a lot of different musical culture in that world, and they all know a lot of different songs, and they all don't know the same songs, then you need to have a huge portion of your fortress all singing at the same time and all participating in the same dance. It's weird. Like, I've had fortresses where that song plays every 90 seconds. I'm sorry, what? An ambush? Drive them out? Hello there? Huh. So, isn't a member of any of those factions. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Aside from this character's religious title, sounding like a strain of weed, should we use DF hack to make this goblin join us? Otherwise, they're just going to wander around until they go insane. Although they are listed as hostile. But the fact that they have left their faction, I think this is a up to chat kind of thing here. YouTube chat, do you guys have any input? Although YouTube chat may be frozen, I don't know. No, it was not, in fact. You already lost one day one. That's kind of what I was thinking. And they seem like a fun individual. They're blinking. Welcome to the fort here, Gobby. You are a competent crossbowman. We just discovered so much. Okay, what else have we found? There may very well be more hidden units in the fortress. Oh! We also have a representative. Who's an active criminal of the Order of Biles. And is a legendary clother. Well, this one's up to you guys again. Is this guy evil or hostile? Yeah, this guy's also hostile. This one's also up to you. This fortress doesn't appear to be abandoned. It's like there's a gang living down here. I mean, are they friends? They don't seem to be. Make the first one prove his loyalty. I think I'll do this with 2. Because I think that this is kind of funny. And they could very well just be like, you know, soldiers. But at the same time, I will agree, it is a bit of a stretch. I'm gonna real quick go here and just make a meeting zone. That's actually gonna make my life harder because I'm gonna have more things I'm gonna have to satisfy now in needs. There's 0 chance that the 2 criminals... I mean, there's 0 chance that the 2 criminals take over and make us do horrible things. 0 chance. Also doesn't seem to want to do anything aside from stand in that room, so... Which, you know, is also exciting. Somebody is fighting. Oh, here you go. Maybe not. Kind of tempted to just chuck the 2 goblins into the military. Well, we've got more harvesting to do anyway. Moods are going to get terrible in a second. Just plain old due to the fact... there's just a body in the middle of everything. And we've already got a peasant attending a meeting. Well, that's not a good sign. Let's just get rid of this for now. Because everybody's like sleeping in random places and whatnot, which isn't super helpful. We've got buildings that need constructing and plants that need gathering. And alcohol that needs brewing. Peasants are like a blank slate. We did find their weapon stash. Well, I mean, I would read it as a presumed, like, the goblins were already here, sure, but the dwarves maybe released them from the sealed chambers in the basement. Squirrely Gwirl, feeling green. Which green do you prefer? Do you want high death or representative? Have I made a coffin yet? I have not coughed all day, thankfully. I have not. I have to make a building first, which they are kind of refusing to make. Probably because they are thirsty, if I had to bet. How do I equip gear on my dwarves? I need to equip Hunter with a crossbow. He has a bow equipped, and he won't go out and hunt. Go into stocks, go to weapons, and find and search for bows, and then remove all, or just set them all as forbidden. It's also possible that these goblins don't. How do I word this? Leave these bedrooms. He has no confidence at all in his talent and abilities, and he is utterly languid pace of easy living. He is calm and slow and does not generally respond to conversational appeals. To emotional appeals? He doesn't generally respond to emotional appeals. He is comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he dislikes helping others. He is very quick to anger, and he is rarely moved to mercy. He often feels discouraged and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he has a great trouble mastering. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he talks to himself when he's thinking. He's a short skirt. That's not what I was looking for. He dreams of ruling the world. Personally, finds artwork boring and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Okay. He's got no preferences because is goblin. And is a competent negotiator. Clearly how he negotiated this role. An adequate trapper. Wants to fight and eat a good meal. Worships a bunch of deities. And has quite the family. Ambitious indeed, yes. He's now a member of the Tower of Clobbering and the Dead Pillars. What, with the towers? Yeah, no, it sort of does make sense. The concern is that they may or may not be were creatures. That's actually the concern here, but should be fine outside of that. Man, so many bolts. Still haven't found any anvils. Conduct meeting, attend meeting. Is there a particular reason you're refusing to do this? They did build the first few. They just attended a meeting through a wall. That's funny. There's definitely some weird item ownership stuff going on here. I'm going to make a office real quick. And give it to the expedition leader, I think. And I'm going to make the expedition leader into a bookkeeper, broker, legendary liar, judge of intent, and flatterer. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Representative, you're good with the books. You can do the books thing. And manage while you're at it. Let's just make you in charge of all this nonsense. And actually, I'm going to make 2 offices. I lied. Make one here, too. Which is going to be yours. So are you sealed in here? Is that the problem? What happens if I put you and you into a squad briefly? Maybe that's what I needed to do. It seems as though Macon isn't quite perfect. Needs office. Did I not give you an office? I did. Can you not reach it? You should be able to reach it. Okay, what if I give you an office right here? Or they need a throne and a table? They wouldn't need a throne and a table. Yeah, you might not be wrong. Yeah, let's just try retiring and reclaiming it. I'll just do a real quick save. This is completely vanilla, Casey Bolem. Although reclaiming it would make it into a, what's it called? If I reclaim it, then that would also cause other problems. We'd probably become a capital. I really don't want that. I'm gonna go with a presumption here. Actually, I'm just gonna do this, try the squad thing again. Militia commander, high death, create new squad, metal armor. Throw them both into it. Set them to train. Let's just see what they do. It's not a bad opportunity to get them to forcibly explore the place either. Is this a dead civ? No, it is not. This is just a reclaimed fortress. Grabs a spear. Pharmatech1, thanks for the brand new Prime subscription. So yeah, it just seems like they then go all the way down back into the basement where they came from. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess I can't allow them to do that, which sucks. Although, let's try putting a chair and a table in here and see if that works. Oh, I know that there's some right here. I just need to go claim them. Why don't I just make this into your office then? Oh, that's a interesting shaped bedroom. Be easier to just do it that way. Deconstruct that. Wow, that is what he needed. That's interesting. I've never seen that as a demand before. So this will correctly count everything. We'll see exactly what we have in the fort. As most of the dwarves are probably still collecting plants and or carrying plants back up into the fort. Ah, that's the issue that we're running into right now. I just don't have the barrels. These are all unrelated things. Bunch of musical instruments. Yeah, okay, so I just need to make barrels. And nobody here seems super interested. Ah, and I was going to say, nobody here seems interested in brewing. It's because it just wasn't in the fort just yet. Yeah, but yeah, now we need barrels. You're going to go give water. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Squizzly Gwirl. Let's give you stone cutting and engraving. I'm going to go up to here real quick. And there's a giant hole in the fort. Cool. And then I'm going to go to... Everybody does this. Okay, yeah, I just need to be a little bit more fiddly with their jobs. I just need to be more fiddly with their jobs. That's all it is. Because I clicked the reclaim button, David Tubman. David Tubman asks, how was he able to reclaim what looks like a generated fort? You can reclaim unpopulated generated forts. It's a vanilla feature. There is no mods going on here. This is just a vanilla feature. It can certainly cause some eccentricities to happen, but it is a vanilla feature. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I'm sitting here going like, man, it's bizarre that like the dwarf can't just walk out of here. Well, that's because I fucking did a stupid... Build that stairway out, please. And also, let's go down here. Just build a tiny chunk of jet blocks. It's a really nice office, to be fair. Give me bustle and all that, he says. Legendary Liar, Legendary Flatterer, and Judge of Intent. So this character shouldn't be my manager. This character should be my captain of the guard. I mean, look at that. Is this the first year of the fortress? Yes, this fortress literally just started. That's why we have, well, we had 7 dwarves, and then one of them got turned into a, well, that, because he found a troglodyte face first, which is not generally the wisest thing to try and fight with. So, unfortunately, he's getting a little tomb constructed to him down here. I consider using DF Hack still technically playing the game in a vanilla state, because DF Hack is a RAM editor. It's not an active modification to the game. It modifies the game state in real time instead of like installing user-made content, if that makes any sense. It's a very asterisk thing, but it's not technically inaccurate, so. Really? Spreadsheets made me like spreadsheets. Math made me hate spreadsheets. So rat's gonna get placed in a tomb. And our goblin friend here is gonna put the body away. Hi, new here. I'm blind. Are those gremlins? Those are those are dwarves and goblins, not gremlins. Oh, we've got a hammer dwarf who's visiting. Who's wielding knowledge instead of a weapon. Where are you from? You're from the Rough Clasps? Noted preserver of the knowledge. Of the knowledge. The one and only knowledge? Okay, well, welcome. Like a Game Genie, sure. I always compare it with Cheat Engine, but Game Genie's not the worst description. Descriptor. I'm also just gonna go into here and just make a real quick fishery once again. And I'm going to, I think, go out to here, or down out to here, and just put a trade depot into there for right now. I'm also going to need to, actually, let's just make a crafting shop. Stop fidget tapping buttons, Greg. Just make some dolomite blocks. Nope, because I never owned a PlayStation 2. But I'm sure I'm positive that existed. A cheat disc for PlayStation 2 games. And these eggs, kind of a pain. Let's just get these eggs out of here so I can brew some drinks real quick. It's apparently not still not considered empty. Well, that's mildly annoying. And then these up here. That's not what I wanted. Ah, wait, do these not need to be... No, they're all there. Bedroom. Paint. There we go. Let's just grab 2 bedrooms. Not the most convenient, but hey. So this up here... Okay, so I can just go down here and deconstruct all this. I literally never use I've only literally just started using the blueprint system. So now whenever I break it by mistake, I just get super perplexed and confused. Meng wishes to reside here in Minedarch for the purpose of eradicating monsters. I'm gonna say yes. What do you think, chat? This is this dwarf, Bellsworld, who's using trade and practice as a weapon. Not very effective, I'm sure. Is a competent hammer dwarf. Hasn't read the book. And is completely convinced of her own worthlessness. She's not going to go fighting the goblins. She's going to run around in the caverns and go punch random animals. And hopefully pick up a book or pick up a weapon that is better than that book as an actual weapon. How did that collapse? In other news, where did the dwarf go? Welp. I guess that wasn't being supported by anything. All right, I nod. Into the compression chamber for you. You saw that coming? I thought that one was still connected to the ceiling too. Well, that's a shame. Thankfully, we still have a pickaxe, so... If the pickaxe landed in the water, that would have been very, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Thankfully, it was just unfortunate instead of very unfortunate. This is surprisingly deadly. I'm being incredibly careless, but yes. I would say that it's due to the poor and ill-advised instruction from the goblins. Obviously, we got to blame the goblins. Actually thinking I'm gonna just make these slightly smaller. Yeah, that'll be fine. Let's just unpause that. Chuck in the jet. Chuck in the jet. They plot to undermine us. They mine us from underneath, definitely. That or just simply plain old-fashioned lack of skill. Apparently we found a star ruby. I'm also really curious as to when we get our first migrant wave. I didn't realize oh shit, there's another tower? I didn't even notice this other one. I noticed the two higher up ones. This one's got a beehive in the top of it. Well, damn. I didn't even notice this further away one. I noticed this one, but I didn't see that one. Huh, it's actually 4 towers. That's cool. I really like the goblin towers. Like that, that's such a nice little addition to the fort. Tower of the Bees. I guess that's what we named that tower, is Bee Tower. Whereas this is Dead Tower. That's not what I needed. That's what I needed. Rovod gets it. Geshid's gonna go place the item in tomb. No, it's spelled E-H. I'm from Canada. Not Sabami. Gobos and lack of drink. Well, we got plenty of water. But, I've made blocks, which means I can now go here and make a craft store shop, and I'll just start making rock pot. I'm also going to go here and just make a... Because I don't want to irritate the caverns at all with anything. I don't want to irritate the caverns, so I'm being a little bit unnecessarily cautious with going down there. Otherwise, I could just, you know... go down into the caverns and start chopping down trees and using those. There's this person who I think is having a bad day in my building because went running out of the building earlier shouting at something and now ran back into the building about 40 minutes later shouting again. It's always interesting. Getting to know your neighbors is fun. Okay, so you're making some rock blocks. Well, I'll just be dolomite initially, that's fine. Decorated with statues of bees. Well, I need statues of cheese, so... let's do... specify new image. Object, cheese. And object, cheese. The cheese is admiring the cheese. And the cheese is admiring the cheese. And, the cheese is raising the cheese. I'm going to call this the cheese. The cheese... we'll just call it the cheese. And there is a dwarf devouring the cheese. And the cheese. The cheese is devouring the dwarf. Devouring the cheese. This is an image of cheese and a cheese. Of a cheese, and a dwarf. The cheese is admiring the cheese. The cheese is admiring the cheese. The cheese is raising the cheese. And the dwarf is devouring the cheese. In my opinion, this is a statue of a stack of cheese and a dwarf eating it. It's just a beautiful statue of cheese. The coffins? Are the coffins scary or friendly? I'm not sure how to answer that question. Cheese, the cheese, the cheese, the cheese, the cheese of the cheese of the cheese. It's a Gabbro statue. Random pedestals. I feel like hemp armor probably not very good. And the goblin is over here detailing the floor and doing the imaging. Well, do your damnedest. The monster slayer is all the way down here and seems to have punched a few cave swallows. Okay, I'm just going to go to here. And this is going to go from just being the soreness of blockading. And this is going to be my tavern now. So the dwarves can now sing and dance in there. And I'm going to build some stairs up this. Up to there. Then we can start working on the ceiling area. Cheese. Salty. Gazoom, how are you doing? We have now made our first... Oh, come on. That's food storage item. Mildly annoyed with that, but okay. I'm just gonna... Okay, I do have a manager assigned right now. Yeah, it's the goblin. So you are just gonna go into here and we'll just say brew drink from plant. Restarted if completed, check daily. And just hope that that works. Did I recommend Parkitect? Sure. I mean, I'm personally done with playing it. Probably won't play it again. But yeah, it's a good game. No complaints about Parkitect. There we go. I can now brew drink from plant. Hey. Please brew some goddamn drink from plant. Satisfied after crying on somebody in charge. Man, the moods looks very, 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 very reminiscent to one of Deep Space's forts. I'm trying to decide how I want to build this. I'm sure I'll figure something out.
Whoop.
Whoop. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for Billionaire? Must be the raiding blind weekend. Appreciate you greatly. Thank you very much. And thank you so much for the 38th month. Reza, what's up? If you guys don't know who Belliner is, lovely Finnish lad, friend of the channel. Streams a variety of video games. We've just started a new fort today because the other one died horribly. Absolutely horribly. So we've claimed a generated fortress. Hello again, Reza. Do I have tables around the fort? Let's check around things again. If there's anything sus going on, it's in here. So probably the smart thing to do would actually be to wall this off. Wall this off. Wall this off. And wall this off and wall this off. Down here, we've just got a pile of random crud. Mostly tools, it looks like. Lots of bags and medical supplies, though, and thread. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here and remake this as just an everything but food stockpile. Maybe everything but food and boulders stockpile. So all, no wood, no stone, and no food. I also need to go get and make bedrooms. It's very interesting. It gets samey if you do it a lot because they're all actually very similar. Which isn't great. But the goblins are having meetings. I feel like I should be suspicious. Geshit over here is brewing drinks from plants. Angry after being forced to endure the decay of a friend. Yeah, that'd do it. At least we can get some decent quality booze in here. We're getting some sweet pods. How did the other one die? One of them died in a cave-in because I was dumb. And are you hauling a boulder? You are hauling a boulder. Would you look at that? Classic. One of them died in a cave-in because I'm dumb, and then the other one died due to troglodytes. A brewing conspiracy. Oh. I think that would be 2 goblin brewmasters in the same place, but I will permit it. I mean, you made the. I read that. That was the pun that I read because I was staring at a dwarf that was actively brewing while you said that. So don't you pin this on me. Don't you even pin this on me. Come on, you did this to yourself, my friend. Also, Belliner, what were you up to today? Are you still plucking away at Foundation? I'm gonna play some more of that in maybe an hour or two. The whole starting a new fort today thing wasn't really planned, so it wasn't really planned. We do seem to have a lot of troll bone artifacts, though. There was definitely goblins here for an extended period of time. Oh, hey, look, a Gorlak! What's up, Mr. Lackey? No thoughts or memories, pleased by his own appearance and talents. Having a lot of fun and frustration with it. Oh, you two are also having frustration with Foundation? I'm glad I'm not the only one. Because I certainly, like, ran into some annoyances in the brief period of time that I've spent with that game. Okay, so this right here is connected to the ceiling. So what if I go here and plunk down a support right there? This will also be a perfectly viable opportunity to get rid of all of this. Get rid of all of this. Remove these 2 bedrooms. I'm going to need to deconstruct one of these tables, one of these thrones, one of these thrones, and one of these tables. And I'm going to go over to here. And I'm going to make a mechanics forge right there. And we are going to cave the sucker in. That is what we're going to do. Because I've never collapsed one of these before, and I'm really curious to see if it'll work. Have you ever tried collapsing something this big before, chat? I've never tried collapsing a World Gen fort, so I'm very curious to see how this will go, if it'll go. Let's also move these two chests into the tavern. You don't think you've ever seen that done? Yeah, I mean, this will be a new one for me. Currently, everybody's storing items in stockpiles, though, so we gotta give them time to put stuff away, at least until that stockpile's full, which shouldn't take too long. Although moods are gonna get kind of terrible. You collapse into bed nightly. Oh, sure, fair enough. And this goblin really doesn't like seeing anything dead. You're going to go remove constructions. It turns out those two deaths pretty traumatic on these poor dwarves. They're really not a fan of all this. Oh, actually, this is going to cave in if you do that. don't cave in those ones because the ceiling is cut out. So we're just leaving that as it sits for right now. Well, actually, now that I've done that, what I can do is I can connect them all to the same thing. I can do two separate cave-ins. Okay, so this office is going to be moved up to here and given to you. It's going to be removed from here. And a dwarf, actually. One of the people we gained was a dwarf random soldier mercenary. So we've kind of gained a few things. Currently, we're gaining a lot of nap times, apparently. We're making good booze now, so that's good. Is this the same? Oh, it is the same save. Same save, same world. Yes. And it's been pretty eventful. Got, not one, not two, but three, actually. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 goblin trenches and towers in the fort. I also haven't looked at any of these statues yet. It's a statue of Becta Blood Sister. On the item is an image of Becta Blood Sister, the goblin, and goblins in sterling silver. The goblin is surrounded by the goblins. The artwork relates to the election of the goblin Becta Blood Sister to the position of most sacred tumor of the Order of Biles in the mid-autumn of 352. Who is the happy dwarf? None of them are happy. Who is the not pissed off dwarf? The miner. Mostly due to being satisfied at work. Making a rock mechanism, I will need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Becta Blood Sister sounds like a boss in Diablo. Like, yes, that is a good name, in fact. Man, why did I bring so many fucking toy hammers? They're goofy as all. I'm actually just gonna forget those. Just ignore the toy hammers. We don't need those in the fort right now. Got much higher priorities. Got a building being constructed. Okay, so we're building up these little floors down here. I mean, these are the things that need to get constructed. Oh, hey, we can actually get up to the top now, so that's cool. Perhaps even if you got to mine the blue stuff too. You'd be very happy until something evil came out of the blue stuff and horribly murdered you. But I agree with the with the idea in theory. Well, at the very least, food and alcohol is currently sorted. Also, I have to say a thank you, because I haven't said many of those today. Chat, thank you very much to those of you who've tuned in. We're hanging out and watching. You know, I have the coolest job in the world, and I only get to do this job because people watch. So, thanks for tuning in and watching the stream. Cheers to you guys. Same with you, YouTube chat. At least they get it fancy goblets. You were kept away from alcohol for too long? My God, man. Got you doing the constructions that we need. And you doing the constructions that we need. So now that that is done, I can deconstruct these, and these. I can also deconstruct all of this. The good news here is once I collapse all this, I'm not really going to need much more. And I managed to use all of the dolomite already. Garfield fan, were you here earlier? Did you get to witness the glory or dismay of your dwarf? Your dwarf was one of the reasons my last fortress fell just now. Well, maybe not just now, but your dwarf was one of the key reasons my last fortress fell. Some migrants have arrived. Would you look at that? How dumb could they possibly be? Hello, Obok. Everything's good, he says. Well, it's about to not be, because you moved in here. Since we're getting a migrant wave, hey, YouTube chat. First person to post a beer emoji gets a dwarf. This is a reclaimed fortress, yes. Because the other one fell. I did specifically state YouTube chat, Twitch chat. That one, Jay. Jay, what kind of dwarf would you like? Or would you just like to pick one from the list? Man, you got a huge family. I really like this world. The world feels really alive in this one. Did they really bring 2 cavies? They're not a breeding pair, are they? Thankfully, no. Empty-ish World Gen Fort. We actually are not positive how empty it actually is. The most useless sack. No dwarf is useless. All dwarf is useful. I would say the least useful at the time being is this child. So we will give you the child. Unless I had like a dwarf with like no use of their limbs. And even those aren't totally useless. Is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this as he values friendship. Well, he's a teenager, so. He is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, likes to present himself boldly even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He is somewhat scatterbrained and he can handle stress. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tries to keep his things orderly, occasionally overindulges, tends to think before acting, is quick to form negative views about things, and is quite ambitious. He's often nervous and he rolls his eyes when he's exasperated. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, personally values good craftsmanship, or views craftsmanship with disgust, would desecrate a so-called masterwork or two if he could get away with it. And he greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Yeah, that's a thing, Jack Narek. Or like any kind of injured dwarves, it's empathy, isn't it? Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of raising a family. Likes elonite, copper, gold opal, and lychee wood, as well as giant gray parrot leather, four-sided prisms, spears, low boots, and animal traps. And when possible, prefers to consume kingsnake, pearl, and millet beer, and absolutely hates purring maggots. We're waiting for Misbegotten Horn. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We could randomly stumble upon a Forgotten Beast, potentially. That could absolutely happen. I'm just out of rocks is the problem. We'll just let you finish mining out all that. It's okay. Won't take too long. Because there's no support, there's two supports, right here and right here. I just simply need to bring mechanisms over so that those supports can be moved. Getting those offices functional. But essentially there is nothing to collapse because I'm keeping them supported. Oh my god, we got some fancy-ass chests in here. Let's bring the brass one over. Because this is a tavern. They need somewhere to sit while they eat. From the heights instead of depths? What do you mean heights? I'm not sure how this translates to heights, but... But no, my plan is to dig out all of the walls and then remove the supports. And then with levers at a distance, so that I can safely cause this thing to all go kaboom, and then it's much easier to make it look less terrible. Because I don't mind the underground portions of it. I think the underground portions of it actually look kind of cool. It's just the above ground portion I don't like. It's just this big box. So I'm just working on removing that. And once that's removed, then I have a lot more options of things I can do with it. And currently we are hauling all sorts of random garbage from literally everywhere. A lot of random battle axes, actually. High Master Furnace Operator. Damn, dude. You spoil me. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that kid very much reads like a spoiled teenager, Jay. So, I would agree. It is quite perfect. All right, so now that that's working. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just need these damn dolomite neck mechanisms. I am going to remove a bunch of the rocks around here, but not all of them. Man-eating tapir. Dwarf wanteth you. What Dwarf wanteth you? They were until I removed them. Sentient potato. The center section is not, but the rest of them are. Bald and bearded. How does Udil look? Or you can have the peasant. Geshud or Udil. Or Moral, actually. Which you've got several options. Current embark has your dwarves on a major project, roughly 100 Z-level magma pump stack, but 20 inherited nobles kept demanding other crap being built. Very annoying. If you don't have a captain of the guard set up, you can just ignore them. Or just check all of their needs and then automate 3 per season of each of those items. And they'll just be satisfied, which is usually what I do. I see what it is once and then automate it 3 per season. The problem is remembering whose is whose so that you can, you know, delete them when they die. Udil audio, okay. It'd be perfect if you, like, tape your cheese. He's a perfectionist and rarely looks on others with lust. He is a pessimist, and he is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Ooh, avoids crowds. Doesn't handle stress well. Make up your mind, though. And generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He's currently listening to poetry. And he can lose focus on the matter at hand. And he's not particularly interested in what others think of him and can sometimes act without deliberation. He's slow to trust others, and he always scratches his head when he's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of ruling the world. Wow, that's 2 now. Personally, he has great respect for fairness, sees power over others as something to strive for, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't care one way or another about leisure time. Likes Cobalt-type brass and tourmaline, as well as the color brown, bucklers and animal traps, and giant alligators for their strength. When possible, prefers to consume black bullhead and pineapple wine, and white millet flour, and hates snails. So we've got not this goblin, but the other goblin wants to rule the world, this one. And so does that dwarf. Seems like we've got a plot building. Who's going to become the servant and who's going to be in charge? That, I suppose, is the query that we must answer. So we'll connect this to this. Someone's going to get to that pretty quick. What's up, Certified Spoon? I have a question. What if there is no spoon? Because I've been told to believe that there is no spoon. That's a... Did you? So, you guys remember that Monster Hunter I had? Yeah, he dead. Yeah, rip indeed. That's very funny. Cave croc egg time? I could make a cage trap. I don't know if I have any cages. There is a nickel silver cage, which isn't exactly close. Do I have any wood in here? I don't. I could try and make a cage trap. The knowledge? As if there isn't more than one? Minor Einod is fighting. He's just screaming, I must withdraw repeatedly. Have you thought about turning around and going to where the dwarves are? Although maybe you're just distracting it. Screaming, I must withdraw repeatedly. As loudly as bloody possible. Uh-oh. Hey, we found... Oh, no, never mind, we didn't find. Meng is now just missing for a week. Well, let's really hope that... Yeah, I mean, that's not that... depending on how thick the aquifer is, that's not too bad of a build. In regards to the aquifer. Well, good news is, you're done digging out everything you need to dig out. So that's good. We're now loading the cage trap with that nickel cage. Then the only other thing I actually need to do is link up to this, because I've already linked up to this one. And then we can just tell all the dwarves to hide inside of the tiny little burrow. That's one. And now I can lock this door. 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 I can turn on the burrow. I can lock this door. Actually, no, not that one. This one. Leave this one unlocked. And did you get hooked up? You did. All right. Now I just need to see where everybody is. Make sure everybody's inside. You need to get inside, Dwarf. Now, where's this crocodile? Oh, must have left the map. Well, in that case, moment of truth. This is either going to cause a massive collapse or nothing of value is going to happen. What do you think, chat? Do you think it's going to work? That would be very funny if it went straight to hell. Well, not only did it worked flawlessly. Let's have a peek at what this looks like in ASCII. Oh my god. Dust looks so fucking cool in ASCII, man. Oh, that looks so cool. Kaboom indeed, yes. The thunder could be felt from miles around. No, that was very much the correct lever. Doesn't seem to be colliding with the dwarves, which is a good sign. Now we've got enough stone to be able to build for quite some time. Quite comfortably. And there's nothing above this. So we can mine through all that. It also had the unintentional side effect, actually, of destroying the ramps going down into here. So the underground is now safe, I think. I also blasted the giant mole against the wall. Seems fine, but... And the dwarves appear to be socializing. They're actually listening to a story that Solon is telling. Apparently Cole, wield senses, became the militia commander. Oh, they're telling the story of how the first dwarf died. And a bard is visiting, apparently. And either I killed them or they already left. And now they're singing a song. Hold on a second. Does anybody else find the name of that instrument as funny as I do? They're pretty good for fat. They have a lot of fat on them. So, like, decent amount of leather production and also a good amount of fat if you want to make lots of soap. They're simulating AFI. I can't be the only person on Earth in this stream right now who knows what AFI is, the band. First time chatter, your vids convinced me to buy Dwarf Fortress. Still no idea how to manage happiness. What's up? I mean, to be fair, I often have no idea how to manage my own happiness, let alone in this video game, so... Oh god, right? Like, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Inefficient and unhelpful, but I did find I decided to go a few hours going from dwarf to dwarf with the game paused, trying to find their favorite metals and match jobs with their personalities. Don't overthink it, especially at the beginning. Do not overthink it, because if you try and go that route, you'll just overcomplicate things and drive yourself mad. There we go. We caught the giant mole, which is going to become a giant lunch. So I think I'm just going to plug the top of this for right now. I mean, I now have 424 conglomerate blocks. And to me, that is the only logical thing to do. Is to plug it. Threw up, lead. Yes. Did I just see a dwarf go down? Do not go to down, down. If you go to the down, down, you will unlive. Actually, you know what? Maybe right here's the better spot to... I mean, actually, what I'm going to do probably is just build over top of this and then eventually just build stairs down. That might be the better way to do this. Is initially just seal her off and then build stairs down into it. Or dig down into it my own way. Are caverns technically explosions? I mean, I've never really considered them explosions. But they can often have a similar effect. I also don't remember what the surrounding areas... Do I have a goblin leader? No, I have a representative and a... Holy Death religious leader. I'm sure there's a physics major who could like correctly explain what the difference between something falling and something exploding. You know, okay, so now I'm just catching myself building a circle. Where do we want to build in this fort? That's what I want to figure out. I kind of like the idea of connecting these towers together. Can you shoot through a floor grate? Yes, I had a goblin a goblin aligned creature doing that in the last fort. So I'm thinking I use the dolomite or the conglomerate and the jet down there to connect these two together. And this is where we start building. I'll deconstruct those doors and fill those walls up with just bricks, basically, and then connect these three towers together. Our mandatory nuke lever. I really like building self-destruct buttons into my fortresses just because it's a fun risk, you know, if I pull the wrong lever by mistake or on purpose. There's an ad running right now. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go grab my sandwich. I will be back in a moment.
Sandwich!
has a sword!
I return it with a sandwich. OSHA violations? What OSHA violations? Oh, wait, are you saying post-OSHA violation? Oh, I understand what you're saying. That's funny. Okay, so let's go here. Deconstruct these walls, or these doors, rather. I'm very curious if it'll let me melt these doors down, because they're just unknown material door. Oh, wait a second. Oh, does it just... Oh, no, okay, it doesn't destroy them. This is a door. Yeah, I know that much, game, but what kind of door? I'm too interested in the kind of door that this be. And you're annoyingly refusing to tell me. It is clearly a door. I do indeed have that much information. I'm also just going to slaughter the giant mole. Yeah, we have a mystery hatch. I think I obliterated a camel. Considering it's coated with conglomerate. Yeah, I think I obliterated a camel. I wonder if I can butcher the camel. Doesn't seem like it. But I did, in fact, obliterate a camel. I don't think it's edible. I think it's very flat, actually. I think it's probably more conglomerate and rock than camel. Oh, shit. Speaking of, I actually can't do this. This is going to cave in, too. Gotta do a secondary smaller kerplop. We ate the giant... We now have the giant mole as food stuff. I also realized that doing this the way I'm doing this is actually a little stupid, because now I have no access to wood. Because I have to go down to the caverns to have access to wood, but I do have enough to make 3 beds, so we can make 3 beds. Encrust camel with rock. Oh, it's already encrusted. It doesn't need my help. Trust me. It's already fairly encrusted. Okay, so all these are done. Oh. I don't have available mechanisms, really? I find that kind of hard to believe. All right, so this up here. So that's gonna use 124. And jet. It's gonna use 31. Not bad. It's gonna be a big ol' construction project. Let's also make 3 beds. Okay, so from YouTube chat, I'm a physics major, and something falling is just the application of gravity on an object made unstable, turning its potential energy into kinetic energy without the need for a fuel to expand. Did you get all that, chat? Also, who the hell is ecstatic? Why is Orange so happy? Well, fell in love and just like got over all of the horrors of death that has been previously experienced. That was quick. I mean, more power to you, I suppose. You know, the science side of YouTube is one of my favorite sides of YouTube. Let's just do furniture. There. I wonder if we can even store these doors. Just purely because they are technically mystery material. Then I guess I'll probably do something like that. It's cheese, ham, cabbage, and this spicy relish that my realtor gave me as a move-in gift. It's a door made of door. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Definitely. It's definitely what it's like. What is that door made out of? I don't know. Door stuff. It's a jalapeno pickled relish, and I saw it in the grocery store in the specialty food stuff lane, and it was $15 for a jar that big. So I'm never buying it again. It's pretty good though. I was completely unpacked by the 3rd of February. Camel. I should ask Tarn what causes unknown materials in adventure mode, because that's really all it is. It's just there's an unknown material now versus a known material. It's fairly curious if you ask me. Let's do jet across here and jet up to there. And see if why I'm not making blocks. Just keep making blocks for me, please. So no anvils have been found, but we found axes and all the other necessary tools, so we're pretty much in the green here. Yeah, the only thing I still have left to do in regards to unpacking stuff is I'm waiting on some furniture deliveries. I'm getting one tomorrow. Excuse me, from the brick, and then one the following day from IKEA. And then I have to build that furniture. And then I also need to get rid of all of the trillion boxes of cardboard. And the building that I moved into is really small. It's like 24 units. So the garbage room ain't that big. Thankfully, garbage gets picked up once a week, including cardboard. So I'm currently stuck waiting until next cardboard day because the cardboard bin is full. Thankfully, cardboard day is Friday, recycling day. So Friday, I should be able to just go in and fix that and just get rid of the last of them. Okay, who's pissed? Geshud is pissed. Okay, so Geshud I guess I should give you a bedroom. I'm thinking I go up to here, knock out these walls. Once those are knocked out, well, actually, I don't even need to wait until those are locked out. I'm just going to... I was going to just say dolomite, but I really like these lemonite walls. These lemonite floors. I'll just give this to him as a bedroom. Cardboard box fort? I mean, I could make a cardboard box fort, but unfortunately I'm an adult, so I would make a cardboard box fort and then look at it for 10 seconds and go, cool, and then, like, put my stuff back. So I don't quite have that childlike wonder as some people. Does it mean it's unknown to the dwarves or unknown to the game? If I were to bet unknown, like, this is my hunch, which is usually not that inaccurate, but my hunch as far as why there's unknown materials is that the faction that built it didn't have access to the materials at the time. So it's unknown to the game, basically. Would be my guess. That is my assumption as to what the unknown materials equal. Okay, so you link to this. But that's just a guess. I don't actually know for sure. Also, for reference, and reminder, I guess more than anything, at, I think 10 a.m. Pacific time, next week, on the 20th, whatever day of the week that is, Tarn is joining me on stream and doing an interview. The first one in, like, a year. So, I'm quite excited. So we will be taking user questions at some point during that interview. I just don't know exactly when yet. So keep that in mind. And it should be a good time. It's a Thursday. That's what I thought. So probably what's going to end up happening is I will stream my normal time and then do the interview with Tarn, which will last like it'll be like a 3-hour total stream probably, and then I will probably end stream that day and then stream Friday as a bonus. When building, they will just build over a gap without support. Assuming something is supporting it somewhere, Dwarven constructions don't need supports of any sort, unless you're removing all structural supports from it. Which you can absolutely do, it's just maybe not recommended for the health of your dwarves. And also, Gus Tarballs says something that, I feel you, man. In YouTube chat, he said, you literally see people coming in here acting like they will never understand this game, and it's sad as hell because they apply that to all learning. I get that feeling too sometimes, and it actually honestly concerns me a little bit. But at the same time, what I hope is that when people come in to streams with that attitude for a video game, what they really mean is that they just don't have time because they have a real life. But you never quite know, and it can be kind of odd sometimes because no video game is impossible to learn, it just takes some time. But I think that some people just aren't willing to put the time in and then use "I'm dumb" as an excuse. It makes me feel a little... It makes me feel better about things, thinking about it that way, or presuming it's that way, instead of presuming it's, you know, a sadder reality. So I'm thinking this will be like a 2-floored bridge, and we'll put workshops in the upper floor of this bridge. What do you think, chat? You think this will look nice? It's been 6 months unemployed playing this game. Damn, dude. That's quite the origin story. But I mean, the reason I got into this game is because I was a depressed teenager with nothing better to do who was unemployed. And then I never learned it properly and claimed I learned it properly for the nerd cred at the time. And then never, like, properly got into it until I just started streaming it. So, I don't know. Learning video games is, unless it's something that's directly applicable to your real life, don't worry about whether or not it's something you're able to do, to be honest. Often I think people use excuses and display them as facts, and that's not always the reality of it, I think. Thinking about sealing off this side, and then just using this side as the entrance. Now you have a job and you get tired after work and don't want to play during the week. So you watch me during the week. Yeah, you live vicariously. That's not unhealthy. Everybody wins. Streamer wins, use wins. I don't see a poor outcome in this scenario. Also hope that the employment's good. Watch Blind play made-up fantasy Dwarf Land, the video game. Okay, so up here, this bedroom is going to be given to this poor peasant who's desperately trying to attend a meeting and then cancels it. Okay. Oh, no, you did yell at somebody in charge. You do seem to like reciting poetry. Actually, no, he mostly likes yelling at people in charge. Do you enjoy performing? Let's see how you feel. Enjoyment while performing. Congratulations there, Dwarf. You are now officially my very, very first performer. And don't do other tasks. Just hang out in the tavern and perform. I sang, and I recited, and I sang braids at the sourness of blockading. I enjoyed that. Well, you gotta enjoy something there in your life, Dwarf. So enjoy away. Jet. Und jet. All right, so I am gonna need to dig through this. I'm thinking a dig. Oh, actually, okay, so I think here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go all the way up to the top of this. And then we are going to go down. Not all the way down to the bottom, obviously. But we're going to go down to that first cavern layer and then put a brick on the ground. Why are you attempting to commit suicide, Dwarf? Why? Why? You were about to literally cave yourself in. Well, I feel you, Dwarf. I feel your pain, but there's stuff in life worth living for. I think. At least that's what my therapist tells me. Will I block the cavern? Probably partially. All I really want to do is get to that layer with the... Because I can dig down to here. Well, construct, actually, down to here. That is going to take a while. But they'll get to it. Yes. I can refund it if there isn't. It's currently... But yeah, you've got a little bit of time before it's in stock again. It's like less than 10 minutes. It's in like 8 minutes, I think. Although you'll have to snipe it, otherwise someone else may grab it. Dwarf Fortress used to be a lot harder to learn. I mean, the community also denies this, but the Dwarf Fortress community also used to be a lot gatekeepier. And not... Like, for a while there, I described the Dwarf Fortress community as the anti-gatekeepers to a degree, because it was very much of a community that would, if they found somebody who was interested in learning, they would latch on and, like, help you learn how to play. But it's kind of not a perfect analogy, because there was definitely parts of the Dwarf Fortress community that were not even remotely pleasant. Also, this is just me thinking out loud. Okay, so these are all accessible. Whew. I was a little bit concerned. Oh man, elves have taken over some of my mountain holes. We're at war with this entire elven faction up there. So I'm debating. Actually, you know what would be a really easy way to seal this off? Seal off this side. Seal off the front. Oh my god, there's so many troglodytes. Seal off this, and then seal off this. And then just kind of have, like, well, I guess also seal off this, and then have all of this middle area to dig out. It's all Kesserate. You command that they post beers, yes. I'm sure that command can be satisfied. Bum 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 ba-dum bum. I think I'm gonna need to build a covered area around this. Still got a decent amount of conglomerate, so I think I'll do one tile. Well, actually, let's just go up to here and do this. Deconstruct this. Go around the edge of this. I've got a decent amount of conglomerate left. Go to here, go to here, go to here. I'm just excited that I have jet in this map, because it's the first time I've had jet in a fort in quite a long time. This already looks much nicer than the default fortress design. This is kind of like, you know, arriving at an old abandoned mine and then having to restore it. It's kind of the vibe of this. It's been a long time since I've done a fort like this, man. Kind of tempted to just chuck this camel's skeleton down to the bottom. Just no. I think I'm gonna... Yeah, let's just go to, like, right here. Build a block this way, and just start digging. It's gonna take a little bit, but they'll get to it. Okay. Hammer Dwarf has been found. Oh! Well, I found the dum-dum who went and died. The question is, did I ever make another coffin? I don't think I did. Not bad. Making progress. they're gonna start digging out the conglomerate, or not the conglomerate, the jet. I kind of like the idea of leaving this central pillar partially exposed. Like being cautious so that stuff doesn't immediately come flooding in. But I do think it would be fun to leave it partially exposed. What do you think, chat? Also, I love the generic rock blocks. It's like, what kind of floor is this? I don't know, rock floor. I think I'm also going to jump up to here and go up to this and deconstruct that. We'll leave the dolomite there. And I think I'm going to put a little pathway right here. And then I will build another little space right here. Of dolomite instead. And this is going to be maybe a small construction of sorts. And this small construction of sorts is going to be where I begin crafting stuff from the depths, if you will. And I'm also going to plunk a cage trap down right there. Although in order to do that, got to deconstruct that, and I got to deconstruct this. And also, I'm just going to real quick go right here and set this to be dumped. But in order to do that, I got to go to labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping, gather outdoor refuse. Someone's going to come get it. So chat, I got a question. What do you think of the stream today so far? Just a heads up to Gus Tarballs in the YouTube chat. I look at the Twitch chat a lot more because it's a lot busier. There's generally more people chatting. The YouTube chat can get busy sometimes, so sometimes I do focus on it, but I only look at the YouTube chat about every 10 minutes. So don't expect quick responses. If you want faster responses, you got to watch on Twitch. But I'll try and catch up on what you're saying right now. They don't show the z-axis, but you can just take a glance at the elevation that you're on, and then, like, you'll see real quick what elevation you start on and then what you go up to. So if you need to go up 10, just only go up 10. Also, if you hold shift, it moves you up 10. Otherwise, it moves you up one at a time. So it's pretty easy to see how high you're building on the z-axis. I don't even think DF Axle tool did that. Oh, well, that's mildly annoying. All of the blocks moved because I deconstructed the location where they were. It's okay, that's easy enough to fix. You've been trying to cope with having ideas for your first fort and then trying to make it a reality, and then your first fort held the ultimate goal of cultivating the first cavern, mine out each layer, and make soil with mud. It ended because for some reason the fish people don't appreciate the demolition of their homes. You can nerf the fish people. They're in the difficulty settings under Curious Cavern Invaders or Curious Cavern Creatures. I nerf them into oblivion every time. Man, of all the places you managed to throw the friggin' camel. Well done, dwarves. Well done. So I always nerf them so they don't cause problems and, like, make the game basically unplayable. But, I mean, that's a noble goal. But death is part of the game. And remember that you can always reclaim a lost fortress if you'd like to try again in the same location with maybe subtly different goals. How's my performer doing down here? Who are you trying to attend a meeting with? It's you. Well, I will just make you an office here. To the expedition leader. Oh, you already have one. Wait, are you saying that you can't stand in your office if it's in a tavern? That's kind of funny if that's the case. Or if it's covered by a workshop, that's kind of funny if that's the case. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come. Chat, we get to trade. Yay! Of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Tower of Clobbering is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the products of your industrious craft stores. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. I'm glad that you would view again. I don't actually know which one they're going to go to because I built two. I was going to deconstruct one of them. But I'm sure that we'll have plenty to trade whenever they arrive. Where did they come from? Well, I already cleared it. What direction is they at? They is right here. That's a good sign. I was very worried we weren't going to be able to trade. Orange meets with the outpost liaison, and they say, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm going to say, bring me an anvil. Although they probably already did. But if you didn't, bring me a goddamn anvil. They want gems and pearl ash. Got it. Yeah, I'll tell you this. Winning fights in the caverns, difficult. Doesn't matter how experienced you are with Dwarf Fortress these days. Sky be tired. Just like, so I wouldn't feel bad about losing a fortress in a situation like that. Got these random troll fur crowns, troll fur bracelets. That's a very expensive troll fur earring. Yeah. We must sell our legitimately acquired native gold mug. Our legitimately acquired objects of great profits. Because these are totally legitimately acquired. I'll feel bad if the person who was talking about it earlier doesn't get it, though. Bone Dolphin. Well, I mean, the wagons are no longer made of wagon wood. Is this intended behavior or a bug? Retired a small fortress and made another next to it, and your old fortress is now a goblin fortress? That's intended behavior. Absolutely intended behavior. 100% intended behavior. Oh, yeah, the person who was talking about it earlier didn't get it. That's a shame. Non-major nerd, what kind of dwarf would you like? I sort of did that in a fortress called Apple Bottom. Sky be tired. If you want to go through my VODs channel and see how I did it. Now the question. Did they bring an anvil? They usually do, but if they didn't, I would be sad. Did you just cut a queue? Nope, there's no queue. There was just somebody who was asking about it earlier who wanted to redeem one. And I guess they're AFK right now. And so, no, you legitimately got it. Nothing to feel bad about. We'll say Wiz, what's up, dude? Not a bad little trade. Not a bad little trade. Quite happy with that. But I don't know. Pro tip. If someone was talking about wanting a redeem, Bone Dolphin, if you're trying to give it to them, don't state that it's available. Just redeem it and gift it to them. Because otherwise, 100 times out of 100, there's never been a point in the history of this channel where somebody has said that and then that person has actually gotten the dwarf. It's always somebody else who grabs it. So. But what kind of dwarf would you like, non-major nerd? You legitimately got it. Which one would you like? Those are your options, except for the ones that are already named. Those are obviously not options. It's up in 8 minutes. Wiz, it's up in 8 minutes. Was the whole club looking at her? Alfie Bean? Also, I hope you're doing well, Honey Bun Holler. But yeah, if your fortress was taken over by goblins, your fortress was taken over by goblins. They lost a couple dice rolls to an enemy siege after you abandoned it. I realized that was from like 30 minutes ago, and I feel kind of bad. I've been doing a horrible job reading chat the past few days, and I don't actually know why. I think it's because I've been actively trying to read the YouTube chat, and it's a horrible idea. Because it's like, I can either like shittily read two or just focus on one. I think I just need to focus on one. Truth be told. You want the bone carver? You got it. Non-major nerd, Maze Rim, rarely develops negative feelings towards things, feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, is very stubborn and isn't particularly curious about the world, prefers to present herself modestly, tends to not reveal personal information, rarely feels discouraged, tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and tends to hang on to grievances, can sometimes act without deliberation, holds her breath when she's nervous and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally can't fathom why anyone would live in an orderly and harmonious society, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes cryolite and aluminum and jelly opal, nautilus shell and armor stands, and dogs for their loyalty. And when possible, prefers to consume prefers to consume one-humped camel. Just likes to eat one-humped camel. I kept on expecting there to be another word after that. Blueberry wine, mog juice, and spelt flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Is married to man-eating tapir, and her only son is Jay, who seems to be a bit of a brat, based on their description. And you're quite happy with your life, it seems. Also, you're sleeping on the floor. It doesn't matter the cut, it's all tasty. Yeah, even hoof. Let's see if this can get thrown into the right place. It just makes it all gamey, you know? No, I mean, you're fine, Sky Be Tired. Just note that if I don't keep up with your comments in chat, that's why. I do look, it's just... I'd rather focus on the chat room that's generally more engaged than the one that's generally less engaged. I realize this is all just generalizations and not 100% of the time for anything, but there's still reality to it. Did I deconstruct the lever again? My God, I'm an idiot. I'm a dumb. Do you know that, chat? Streamer dumb. Good news is, got quite a lot of foodstuffs now. Let's also make some bone crafts. Let's make bone amulets. Rainbow forges. Oh yeah, I didn't make those. The goblins or whoever was here last most certainly did. I think I'll just go around the edge and just delete one of these. Call that the full thing. Oh, why did I put a lever over there? Just need to collapse that thing. Look like some mutated snail. I always think that they look like a weird eyeball without a pupil. But mutated snails new, and not how I see them, but they do look a little odd, yeah. I think that I think it's the bumblebee hives that look closer to the beehives to me. The ones that kind of look honeycomb-ish. So this is essentially just going to connect in tunnels over to this. Is how I'm going to do this. So you're now connected. I would hope. Okay, why don't we just link you then? A lot of insoluble fiber in those foods. Yeah, sure. Speaking of insoluble fiber, how's this insoluble mood of this dwarf? This dwarf seems to really like this process. I feel like this dwarf would actually be a pretty good chief medical dwarf because they want to learn something, but they also want to help somebody. So I'm thinking like a doctor task for this dwarf might be prudent. And also everybody's sleeping in various random locations. Well, good news is I've got more wood. Question is, how am I gonna get this all sorted? Let's just go down to here and get you to make 3 stoneworkers shops. I'm gonna go here and I'm just gonna type in stone. What's on the map currently? Basically nothing, apparently. Oh, I see. Okay, so we've got various odd materials. Let's just say quartzite and jet for right now. So this is going to be a little stockpile. Just gonna go underneath these. We're gonna go into here. Just type in jet and quartzite. That's what that's gonna be filled with. I'm also gonna go to this and I'm gonna type in wheelbarrow. 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 I'm gonna go up to you. No wheelbarrow, perfect. Go to you. And no wheelbarrow. Go to you. 3 of them. And then I can get a stone masonry industry, or a stone working industry, sooner than later. And then we can go from this and then allow blocks to be made. I realize the green screen's getting wrecked right now, over in the corner a little bit, in the other screen, but it's because the sun's setting. It'll be fine in a minute. The 2 goblins helping the dwarves, they seemed like they had cool family and I didn't really want to just kill them. Oh no. Huh. So this is still considered a temple in some universes. Shit. Not my universe. But it is a temple. That's concerning. Take items from there. Take items from there. And take items from there. That's funny. Yeah, without even the zone. Which means if somebody tantrums and topples it, that'll get exciting quickly. Trying to think how I can do this safely. We'll just do that. See how this works. Just trying to get down into the underground area. And then jet there and door there. Yep, here comes a giant rat. Dwarves are making decent progress. Not sure where they're running off to. Put stuff in stockpiles, I think. Now we're just waiting on a door. Here comes the door. Brand door. Okay. Suck on that, you rat. Although they could totally break it, most likely. So what all are we hauling then? Oh. I don't know where you're getting plump helmet spawn from. Oh, there's a bag down there. Okay, that makes perfect sense. You know, it's a good thing that caving in stuff on religious sites isn't a capital offense against dwarven kind. Because if it was, I did kind of, like, you know, cave an entire building onto that religious site. Which I feel like may have angered some elder gods somewhere at some point. But perhaps it didn't. There's also more jet up here. Good to know. Good to know, good to know, good to know. Ratasaur returns? Wait, what? What do you mean rat? Oh, the rat? I mean, that's just a rat. That's not Ratasaurus, but maybe Ratasaurus in another lifetime, perhaps. I mean, I've also got a rat on my deck. Desk. My deck's in the other room. Also my tape decks, but those are unrelated. This is definitely not the most practical start I've done for a fort, but I think it's going to end with the fortress looking really cool, so I'm here for it. Oh. So the cavies keep running away from something in fear, and I was just like sitting here kind of perplexed. I'm like, what keeps scaring them? They're running away from a camel. I don't know why I find this funny, but I kind of do. Like, scary camel. Although at the same time, camels are big, so maybe I don't blame them. Won't let me do it that way because I don't actually have enough total materials for the count to make sense. Is it one humped or two humped? One humped camels, for sure. Do you want me to make you into a Marksdorf so you can go hunt it? Don't diss camels, they mess you up. To me, like, llamas are kind of scary. This will relate back to camels, I swear. And camels are just bigger, scarier, meaner llamas. Like, genuinely. Some migrants have arrived. We really need to start working on beds, eh? Let's make 10 of them. I was kind of in the process of putting them up here, but I also hadn't really thought about it that hard. Wait, what? Make 100 rock blocks. Or armored with rocky hides, especially the one that got crushed. Speaking of armored with rocky hides, let's go pull this. So who are my new arrivals? Got some kids and their parents, probably. It's a family of 4. So here goes another smaller-ish cave-in. Nice and small, nice and easy. Squeezy does it.
Justice for camelids. May they hump the humps that they must hump.
I like camels. Camels are cool critters. They just scare me. Like, I'm not one of those people who, like, says, oh, that animal scares me, thus they don't have the right to live. No. Camels are cool. But they are bigger, scarier, meaner llamas. And I stand by that statement. But camels themselves, fine. I mean, as long as they are a safe distance away, and if I'm in person near them, separated between me and a handler who knows what they're doing, no issue. Just keep them far away from me. You have no idea how your brain made the connection, but your comment made me wish I could create stuff like the Colossi from SOTC. I don't know what SOTC is. Shadow of the Colossus? Is that what SOTC is? Probably. Let's do a set of jet for this. And I just got to do the roof. I also got to do the rest of this. Now the question is, how do I connect these two to here? I could do an underground tunnel. Eldritch sheep, sure. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Ilmir and keeping that sub alive? Yeah, it's like bears. Hippos are surprisingly fast. I kind of like the idea of like maybe a little stairwell down here that goes down and then connects to here. Hippos are, in fact, yes, known for killing people. This is a widely publicized fact. And there was a very brief period of time where an American businessman decided he was going to topple the American beef industry and convince America that they should import hippos and farm hippos in America and keep them as food. You can go find the newspaper clippings from the stories when they were happening in real time, and also the propaganda pieces for and against eating hippo instead of beef, if you want to go look those up. That's real, and that exists. And yes, hippos are terrifying. I'm more scared of hippos than I am of camels, for whatever that's worth. What an odd discussion. What is scarier, hippos or camels? I have a question. Hobo means they don't have a place to sleep. They don't have a home. I would argue Hippos have homes. Not only that, but they're especially dangerous when you are near to them. So I don't think it's fair to call a hippo like a hobo, because they most certainly have homes, and they don't like it when you are near them. I mean, then also look what a kitten's skull looks like. Water horse versus sand horse, go. I mean, okay, so if we're saying that a hippo is a horse, then I'm a kangaroo. Like, there's no aesthetic similarities whatsoever. Hippos have hoofs, though, so I guess that's something, but... Be hard-pressed to find two creatures that are less alike. Hippopotamus means it's a water horse. I don't care what your definitions and translations of words mean. They don't look anything alike, so I rest my case. I don't know. I mean, you're probably right. So they wouldn't be called pigs. You know, honestly, I know nothing about this subject, so all I can do is smile and nod. That's the entire extent of my participation in this discussion. Is sure. This all sounds correct, I think. What's up, Sparks? What's the goal of this run? Rebuild a destroyed world generation dwarven fortress. And I did start with absolutely no resources, so everything in this fortress has either been traded for or collected from the fortress itself. Thankfully, world gen forts tend to have some decent-ish gear and stuff just lying around, so that part is not too much of a goal, but... And then go to war and fend back the goblin hordes that have been terrorizing my civilization. You know, the usual. Basically means water horse. They should have named them pillow horse. Just saying. We live in water, not pillows. Prove it. I'll bet you can't, coward. We're in an ad break. I will pause. You know, now that you mention it, Budgie, I'm significantly more afraid of, hippo bear pig than a man bear pig. Hippopotamus is Greek for river horse. Okay. Also, a commonly held belief that unicorns are born from people attempting to describe a rhinoceros as a horse with a horn. Yeah, I've heard that before. Although it doesn't really make sense then why the national animal of Scotland is a unicorn, because I don't think they have any rhinos in Scotland. I've never been to Scotland, so I could be completely wrong. Maybe rhinos roam free there, but as far as I know, it's not quite the right climate for Scotland to have rhinos or hippos, for that matter. All I'm saying is I like to imagine the alternate reality where hippo as food source won the marketing battle in the US, and then how do I word this? Won the marketing battle in the US and imported hippos, and so then you just theoretically have shit tons of domestic hippos. I have an email I have to respond to, so 2 seconds. So some of you may know that No Clip Video YouTube channel is working on a Dwarf Fortress documentary, which I think has been in the works now for like 4 years or something. Simply put, I've been tasked with recording more footage for it. So my evenings the past week have been spent not doing things related to my stream, not doing things related to my videos, but instead recording footage for a Dwarf Fortress documentary, which is fun. I mean, it's exciting. It's neat. It's neat to feel like I'm part of a thing. Uh-oh. I've done borked that one up. Food is now very inconvenient to get to. At least there's a dwarf in here who can easily construct this. I'm just hoping that they let me, like, watch it on stream when it releases. Yeah, I mean, the other project, as well as that Tarn's going to be on stream in on the 20th, on Thursday. So we're going to have Tarn on stream, and probably, I guess, sometime soon, a Dwarf Fortress documentary is going to release. So it's you know, busy couple weeks. Between that and moving, I've had way too much going on, to be honest. Okay, that'll fix that. I can go back up here and get back to this. Let's do jet all the way over to there. Jet right to there. Do flooring right here. And flooring right here. I remember you talking about them asking for footage at a con and then being like, we don't have anyone who knows it well enough to record footage. And you're like, yeah. No, when I introduced myself, he's like, I thought your voice sounded familiar. It was the response I got. Because it was a, simply put, like he'd already downloaded all of my interviews and a shit ton of my videos to use as research. Which I, to this day, find incredible. It was like one of the first times that somebody who I know recognized me, I think. I think that happened like twice that weekend, though. Because Folding Ideas also recognized me, and that was weird. It's just blog, not the number. The number is the number of streams I've done, Severian. It's not entirely clear, but I don't know a better way to format it. The blog just links to my website, which is where my blog is. And I've decided that I'm going to review the orange creamsicle flavored Twizzlers I bought on my blog. It's not exactly on topic. Folding Ideas DF video when? I mean, oh, I guess I didn't memorialize that ghost. The monster hunter came back as a ghost and is now haunting us. Go away, Ghost Nappa. Don't need you. Man, they cleared those blocks quickly. What? Are you for real? Oh. I guess I don't have any slabs. Must make a slab. No, I don't even have any rocks to make into slabs. Well, okay. Truly back down at step one. I'm slightly scared about the fact that there's water right there. Are y'all stuck here? Or is everybody just terrified of this ghost? Oh, because the stuff's not in the linked stockpile, right? Okay, that'd do it. Yeet. Hello, Hobo. How are you on this fine day? You got such a true black background and now... True black background. Well, it's kind of a lie these days. But, I mean, yeah, definitely. It was slightly more obvious the one day that I could, like, reach out of it, but... Cursory research of the subject suggests that unicorns are the national animal of Scotland because William I thought that they sounded super badass and added them to the royal coat of arms. Well, I mean, that is the painfully logical, isn't it? Bum, 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 bum. Let's also deconstruct that. Go up to here. Instead of fridge is a lie? Since when? Who's lying about the existence of the fridge? I mean, we all know that the cake is a lie, but why is the fridge a lie? I thought the fridge was running, if anything. That's not the one I wanted. That's the one I wanted. Let's build some bedrooms. And by build bedrooms, I mean queue up a shit ton of bedrooms in a way that they can all get built all at once. Ideally. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Except you need to be suspended. Yeah, that'll be fine. Hello, Johanning, how are you? No, the fridge was running, so you better go catch it, is the common knowledge I'm aware of. I've never heard about a fridge being a lie. Cakes, yes, cakes are always a lie. There's no such thing as a real cake, in fact. But this fridge concept is completely new and a little bit perplexing to me. Somebody please engrave that memorial. Hello, Sol Invictus. The last fortress fell horrifically. No go catch you. You'll need to put your jacket on. Yeah, it's cold in there. Just don't catch cold while you're catching that fridge. Although, is catching the fridge the equivalent of catching cold? I'm gonna have to question many things about my reality in a minute. Really? YouTube is still crashing for me constantly. But that sucks that, like, Twitch is the one that's crashing for you today. Yes? Wait. Sci-fi games have to come up with a reason why Earth is, like, inaccessible or unexplorable? I mean, I could tell you. It's because, like, it's the year 2035, and Earth is just, like, a nuclear wasteland that's completely uninhabitable. That's... You don't even need an excuse. That's just going to be a fact soon. Yeah, that'd do it. That clip is actually a very good reason as to why everything went horribly wrong here. This is one of the reasons why I like the Expanse so much, and why I wish more universes used similar worlds to the Expanse, where it's literally just, yeah, Earth still exists. And there's people there. Kind of a lot of them, in fact. Like, it sucks for most of them, but it's still there, you know? There we go. Did they change World Gen Forts? No. I've just done a lot of demolition. And this one happens to have Goblin Towers in it, which is why we settled here. Because it was clearly just demolished by a Goblin Siege. Also, to anybody who hasn't, you should definitely read the roadmap that was posted this morning. Because it implies what's coming next, which is very, 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 very siege focused. So to all those of you who have been saying, man, I really hope that they work on sieges next. Guess what? You're getting your wish. You thought I was going to say chicken bug, weren't you? Well, I'm not that immature most of the time. Okay, let's give this to a Dwarf. Let's give this to a Dwarf. And let's give this to a Dwarf. Oh, never mind. You know what? Screw it. Since I'm an idiot, I'm just going to wait until the walls are all built, and then I will just I'll just auto bedroom them. We'll just do it that way. It's not going to take that much longer anyway. The first bullet point in this roadmap, and you're terrified? Yeah, we did a lot of speculation about it this morning. You're more than welcome to speculate on it now that it's out. I didn't want to speculate yesterday because I didn't know what they were going to be doing next, but now that we know what they're doing next, speculate awaysies. But I do tend to agree that I'm also pretty scared. And the main reason I'm scared is because I kind of stopped playing RimWorld partially because it's like the combat stopped being fun because it got too overly mean and destructive. So I think combat needs to be made more interesting, not made unfun, if that makes any sense. And I think that Dwarf Fortress has always kind of walked that line pretty well. And I hope that they continue to walk that line. To make your scenic grassland into Swiss cheese. I know, right? I hope they build little towers and trenches. That's what I hope. Or are the goblins performing some precision Black Ops? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if it would be worth piping some water into here. If I had some way of draining it. Just using it as a nifty little source. Did they ever make that slab? Not only that, they made 2. Can get rid of that ghost now. Okay, so since we've dug down into here, I think, honestly, the thing to do down here is deconstruct every one of these doors. Because I need to know if there's more things down here. This is going to take 10,000 years. But the good news is I'm literally never going to need to make another door. That is the good news. I'm going to have more doors than what I know what to do with for the rest of my life. Little cap hoppers everywhere. Little lizards. Doing little lizard things. Apparently I've struck Casserite. If only there was an easy deconstruct button. I could use DF hack, but... I wonder if digging around either side of them deconstructs them now. Or if that's still busted. We'll just do a bunch of them at a time. And we'll slowly... Oh, phew. Dwarf has been put to rest. And we'll slowly pluck away at him. If they haven't changed it, and I don't... They may have. That doesn't actually deconstruct the door. It's actually a really nifty way to make a three wide doors, or 4 wide doors. If you want to make super wide, grand entry halls. Build walls, construct door, and then deconstruct walls. There's also so many cobwebs down here, I could very easily get a pretty good fabric industry up and running. Let's just do this. Too many extra clicks. It was at one point. I'm not entirely sure when it got busted, but it's one of those things that, yeah, that used to be a thing. Now it's no longer a thing. Dwarves resettling the Fishman town. Well, I mean, this was a dwarf town. It was, in fact, a dwarf town at one point. I think I'm just going to go tell them to dig that out. Priority number 1. Just because I want to know what's down there. A reclaim fort, yep. Those can be exciting. We found a few goblins, not much else. I mean, I can just dig through these and see if that works that way, but I don't think it does in the current version. Yeah, we thankfully have unlimited doors. We found some criminal goblins that were skulking about in this place, but... Oh, wow, no, okay, so that does work again. So you can, in fact, do that. I don't need to click all these manually. They fixed it. Yay. Although I know one person who's probably really upset about that. It's got to be a lot of stuff that, like, adventure mode was breaking, and they weren't, or either were aware of it, or just like, well, we'll fix that when we get to adventure mode. Because I know I've heard Tarn say stuff like that a good number of times of, oh, well, that's something that's busted because adventure mode currently isn't working or isn't implemented. So this is all granite. No, you're not crazy. I mean, you were right. It was originally that way, but I think that's just because this has since been fixed. But since I last tried to do this, there was a good chunk of time there where you could Wow. There was a good chunk of time there where you could, sorry, that just startled me. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. I love the verticality of this. There was a good chunk of time there where if you deconstructed the floor that was supporting a door, the door would just sit there and float in midair. But thanks for pointing that out. I presumed it was still a thing. An ambush, drive them out. I've got another Gerblin representative. He's got fancy boots. No known kills. Is a terror of riddle, a criminal for the terror of riddling, and a representative of the nightmare of culminating, and a member of the special cult. It's his special cult. It's just his. Maybe her special cult. Also, Dungeon Mine is a good name. It's his special cult. And he's satisfied after improving his ambush skills. Well, the other ones joined me. It's up to you guys what I do with them. Is this guy my militia commander? No. He's just some random goblin who's a legendary liar. So for all we know, he's never killed anybody. I love that it doesn't play the ambush notice, though. I do find that genuinely funny. I realize I'm digging more than I need to, but it's fine. I'll just let them work away at that. It didn't play a notice when I breached the caverns earlier. It's because it's a reclaim fort. Oh. Well, it's gets cold enough in the winter that everything freezes. So there's that. Let's also go that corner. Let's do floor here. Floor here. Floor there. And then start building in wall pieces. Gotta wait until I get more blocks. But the dwarf in this corner is going to get the ugly modern design. Well, actually, why don't we do other materials? What else do we have? Let's just use dolomite for the walls in here. This dwarf is going to get the creative corner door. It's like a Japanese shared toilet. Well, actually, I kind of don't like the way these look. Trying to think how I could do these better. Why don't I just get rid of this bed? I'll just put it there. Although the combination of dolomite and jet looks quite nice. I'm quite pleased with this. Like a engineer actually being a novice cheesemate. Hold on a second. It'd be funny if a creative high-level liar skill could fix skills. I don't know if they can do that, but it's one of those things that it's like, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if that was a thing they could actually do. Because I've seen stuff like that before where it's just like, you don't have that skill. Quit lying to me. There's definitely times where like a character will show up in the map and I'll be like, doubt. I don't know if anybody else has ever felt that, but yeah, no, I was very happy when I found Jet in this fort, Sol Invictus, for the same reason. It's just been a while. I think there's a very fine line, Elephants, with the dwarven like pre-built fortresses, where they either look awesome or horrible, and there's like almost no middle ground with them. They either look phenomenal or terrible. Holy Dolomite doors, Batman. I can't remember the last time I had this many doors in a fort. Like, genuinely, that's just an absurd amount of Dolomite doors. Literally 100 plus Dolomite doors. You immediately assume it's a vampire, but it's funny, like, I'll get lulled into a false sense of security with vampires where I won't see one for forever and I'll kind of forget that vampires exist. And then like, I'll see somebody who's super suspicious and I'm like, nah, it's probably not a vampire. Just because I haven't seen one in forever. And then turns out, surprise, vampire. Definitely actually is 100% totally a vampire. And then I'm just kind of sitting there being all shocked. I'm sitting here shook at the fact that there's a vampire in my fort, and it's like, well, I am a product of my own complacency, clearly. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will pause. You built a jet tower with a conglomerate roof? Yeah. Never queue up a door. How about hatch covers? Because I will run out of doors. Like, 105 doors is a lot of doors, certainly. But, like, 200 dwarves in a fortress? You have more than 200 doors. There's always a higher population of doors in a fort than... Now we're running into the difficult decision of, well, actually two difficult decisions. Difficult decision number 1. Do I recruit that goblin? Difficult decision number 2. Is it time to go play some more Foundation? Because we do have to play some... I did promise that I would play more Foundation today. And I've been live for almost 9 hours. You ended up burning all 3/5 of a floor after I realized I didn't make bricks exclusively chalk. Oh, no! I love the idea of using a lot of chalk in a fortress, but at the same time, chalk is like such a brittle material, it makes almost no sense. So many doors. Stormwolf. Any sort of craftsman. I don't know. Anybody suit your fancy? There's a performer off screen you can't see in a named child. All your walls are doors? I mean, that would just be a lot of the reality of that is that would be a lot of locked walls, and then at some point a troll would walk through it, and you'd have a lot of toppled walls. Not positive I would be willing to do that. You want the grumpled performer? Stormwolf the cranky. Can be very single-minded and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He doesn't easily hate or develop negative feelings. And he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tries to keep things orderly, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he is quick to anger. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally thinks working hard is an abject idiocy and values peace over war. He likes olivine and nickel silver and pink jade and demon rat leather and jute paper, llamas for their jutting teeth, and the words of the crested wall, and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume giant masked lovebird and pearl mullet beer, and can't stand mussels. I'm sure he writes great music. He has a long beard, which is neatly combed, like any good artist. He actually was one of the starting 7 dwarves, so he's got a good number of friends in the fort. He's horrified after seeing somebody die way back at the beginning. Likes yelling at people in charge. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's most of the enjoyment he gets in his life. Likes watching performances and enjoys performing. So he likes performing, watching performance, and yelling at people in charge. You know, I also can get behind this guy. Where he ranted about his life living in a van down by the river and complained about how much work he had to do that day, such as take the trash out. He wants to craft an object and be with family. Well, I can relate with one of those things. I too want to craft an object. All right, so this is, I think... Oh, hey, well, I found an aquifer. Good to know. But we also got some hematite out of it, as well as a whole bunch of magnetite and lemonite. So we've got iron, and other iron. It's a lot of metals on this map, actually. And meanwhile, my miner is making rock blocks by hauling granite 1 trillion miles. Good on you there, Dwarf. Good on you there. So, this is the beginnings of the fort. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 goblin towers. I'm going to connect them all together with bridges and cover them up and do the majority of my crafting in and around these supported bridges. I think a big, nice curve of another one over here connecting to this one could look awesome. Same with something with ramps going down to here. Maybe we'll use this one as the front door eventually. And we're going to slowly go through, excavate, and rehabilitate and repurpose the entirety of the underground fortress. But for right now, I think it's time to call it, chat. We've made some pretty good progress. I mean, we've certainly plucked away at all kinds of spaces and regions, and there's whole unexplored areas yet. We do know that if you go all the way down to the bottom, the cavern down here, actually, inside of all of these rainbow-colored forges, there's actually holes down into the lava sea. So we're directly above Galena in the lava sea down here. It's a really rich deposit, actually, for this world. So we'll need to go down there eventually. Right next to the dead camel's body. And likely, I'm going to have to just plug those holes right away. But that's going to be the stream tomorrow, is we will continue plucking away at this fort, and the YouTube chat is going to be like,
so, you just, you clickbaiting now blind with all of these new forts? Like, is that what's happening now? Or are you just, like, being a big meanie and starting a new fort every single day to get back some views?
and no, I'm not doing that. I just died a couple times, okay? It's time to go play some Foundation. How's that sound? Oh, absolutely. I would have to reinforce the back of them and put some walls in, but absolutely they would work for stationing Mark's dwarves. Yeah, I'd also have to put roofs on them so they don't jump over the tops. But they would, in fact, work for that. In fact, maybe we'll use that as a defense. That could be fun. And I'm not shutting this. Which released into 1.0 relatively recently. That was me turning off my behind-the-scenes recording feed. I'm actually wondering, is this camera still at 60 FPS? It doesn't look like it.